I call this meeting back to order. Please, everybody, if you would silence your cell phones. And clerk, would you please call the Tampa City Council roll?
Miranda. Here. Maniscalco. Here. Hertag.
Here.
Young.
Here.
Vieira.
Here.
Carlson. Here. Clendenin.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Okay, first I'm going to read the first 16 pages. That we're going to do public comment first when we start public comment. But I'm going to read the first 16 names to ensure that they come to City Council chambers. If you're downstairs and you hear your name read, please come to City Council chambers on the 3rd floor so that you'll be present when your name is called. Michael Marino, Kurt Torreson, Ray Hong, Vincent Doolan, Christine Turner, Pamela Canella, Ron Weaver, Jane James Van Herentz, Michelle Mastrataro, David Phillipson, Stephanie Pointer, James Adair, Alexandro, I can't say the name, Naricga, it looks like, Noriego, Joe Robinson, Joe Greco, and Michelle Dyson, something, very good, okay. So if you heard your name, please make sure you come to third floor and be ready for Tampa's public comment. At this time, I would like to hand the gavel over to our CRA Chair, Councilwoman Nia Young.
Thank you. Good morning. As Chair, Thank you. Good morning. As Chair of Tampa Community Redevelopment Agency, I call this special call meeting of May 21st, 2026 to order. Roll call, please.
Miranda. Here. Maniscalco. Here. Hurtek.
Here.
Glendenin.
Here.
Carlson. Vieira. Young.
Here.
We have physical quorum.
Thank you. We are now in session as both the Tampa City Council and the Community Redevelopment Agency for the purpose of hearing public comment on the Memorandum of Understanding with the Tampa Bay Rays. On the City Council agenda, that is item 58. On the CRA agenda, that is item 2. At this time, I will pass the gavel to Chair Clendenin to take public comment for both Tampa City Council and the CRA. Public comment being taken will be reflected in the minutes of both meetings. At the end of public comment, Chair Clendenin will close public comment and pass the gavel back to me, at which time the CRA will go into recess. I will then pass the gavel back to the City Council Chair, and the Tampa City Council will take up item 58 on its agenda. After action is taken on that item, City Council will go into recess, and the Community Redevelopment Agency will reconvene. We will take up items 1 and 2 and complete our agenda. The CRA will then adjourn this special call meeting. I will pass the gavel back to the Chair of City Council, which will then reconvene to complete its day's agenda. For the purpose of taking public comment on the Rays MOU, I now pass the gavel to our City Council Chair, Alan Clendenin.
Thank you, Chair Young. Very good. As I stated, we are now going to begin public comment on Tampa City Council Agenda Item 58. That is the non-binding MOU between the Rays organization, Tampa, Hillsborough County, the City of Tampa, and the Tampa CRA. I'm going to call folks in the order that you were signed in. Michael Marino is first, followed by Kurt Torreson. If you're second, please stand up and be ready to speak. Well, actually, before we start this, we have 50-something speakers. Does council have an appetite for limiting public comment to 2 minutes? No? Okay. I just wanted to make sure because I was asked about that. Okay, very good. Okay. Okay, very good. Michael?
We are at the county.
Start with your name and you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, City Council. I'm Michael Marino, West Shore Alliance Executive Director. I'm joined here in the audience today by our board president this year, Ed Elsasser. Our position on the Rays Ballpark and redevelopment proposal has not changed since we last came and spoke to you on May 5th. What has changed is that we've heard from developers, investors, local and national, about their support and their interest in West Shore and the site because of what the Rays have proposed. And so, thinking about that, the private development goes where there's public investment, where there are public plans and where those plans start. And what we said in our letter and what we continue to say is that what the Rays have proposed is as good of an ideal scenario as you can get, because West Shore is not a CRA, so the revenue generating West Shore is distributed to the whole county and the whole city. And Drew Park is an underutilized CRA, where there's a major need for reinvestment. And so if you're going to have a goal of a return, this makes a good scenario for in terms of what the city is putting in, what they hope to get out in terms of private investment. The other thing that we talked about in our letter and what we continue to talk about is the potential of the Ray site being a catalyst for regional transit. About now, maybe 2 hours ago, 2.5 hours ago, you got a presentation from Airport CEO Michael Stevens. In that presentation, he showed you something that probably has not been seen in public, but it was a proposal for the Skylink concept, which is the redevelopment of the West Shore Intermodal Center at the Doubletree site, which is a hotel that was demolished for the purpose of being a transit hub. If you watch that video, that transit hub had lines extending out of it. One goes to St. Pete, one goes to downtown Tampa, one goes to this site, the Rays site. So again, if you want to have a real investment in transit, if you want to have a real maximization of this project, making sure you have the capability to establish those nodes. It's now not just a stadium site. This is a regional economic catalyst. This is a regional investment going forward, especially as a node for that regional transit system that we need in this region. So we hope that you end up supporting the MOU today, keep working to solidify the community benefits agreement. But like I said, your support, the county support yesterday, has already led to a potential of economic benefit like we've heard from developers. So we look forward to working with you, get this project done, and I'll give you back 44 seconds of your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. We appreciate it. Again, when you're finished speaking, if you'd please leave chambers to make room for other folks. Kurt Tonnerson, followed by Ray Wohong, or Hong, I'm not sure. Wong.
Hi, good morning. My name is Kurt Thorson. As I said on May 5th, I love Tampa. I wear this TV because this is where I'm from. This is my home. I believe in Tampa, and what separates us from other Central Florida cities like Sarasota or Ocala is we have bold leaders willing to invest in our future and realize our potential as a big league city. There were skeptics, and quite a few of them in the 1990s, with the construction of what was then the Ice Palace and Raymond James Stadium. These venues not only host their respective home teams and multiple-time world champions, but they also host countless concerts, ice shows, WWE events, monster truck rallies, Super Bowls, All-Star games, college Final Fours, college national championships, and other experiences that draw people from across the planet to invest in our local economy. These events put us on the same par with Los Angeles, Miami, New Orleans, Arizona, Phoenix, Las Vegas, because of these regional assets. Recently, Forbes magazine released a list of 10 cities that are dying to get a new stadium when MLB, or a new team when MLB expands. 2 of those cities already lost their team within this generation, and they're realizing that that was a mistake because the economic input is now lacking from their communities. These cities are also hoping rather to avoid paying the $2.5 billion expansion fee that they may try to poach what we already have. In fact, there's people already just up the road that are starting to flirt with them and wanting to coax them over there. If you want a prime example of a wise investment by Tampa and Hillsborough, look a few blocks behind me at the Water Street. This is a prime example of a public-private partnership where there's work, learn, live, and play, and it has expanded the tax base. I remember when it was just dirt lots and abandoned buildings. Now, it's $23 million in property tax a year plus $7 million in tourist tax on just 53 acres. Imagine what a 130-acre mixed-use development would actually produce. This will also invest with jobs, 20,000 construction jobs, 10,000 permanent jobs, including police and fire, as well as apprenticeships and internships. All these planned projects for the next 4 years that the county and the city have planned will not be undercut. This includes road restoration, firehouse construction. They're not going to be jeopardized. This is a non-binding MOU vote today. There's absolutely no downside to allow city staff, county staff, and Tampa Bay Rays to continue to work out the remaining issues. This is a work in progress, and I encourage council to allow the process to continue. Tampa Police, the Tampa Bay Chamber of Commerce, Associated Builders and Contractors, Tampa Firefighters, Hillsborough College, the West Shore Alliance, Hillsborough County Hotel and Lodging Association, the New York Yankees, and Hillsborough County Board of Commissioners have all lobbied their support for continuing the non-binding MOU to this point, as well as a large block of the city and the region is all looking at this moment that could be transformative and put Tampa on that next level of North American cities. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ray? Sorry, didn't realize it was you.
You butchered my name, but it's all
Yeah,
right.
sorry.
We'll let that go.
I-
Ray Wong, a resident of Tampa, Florida. Projects of this scale and significance deserve careful scrutiny, thoughtful debate, and public transparency, and I appreciate the seriousness with which the council has approached this process. I also want to acknowledge something important. Many of the concerns raised by members of the community are real, understandable, and frankly, they are valid. There are residents who are worried about traffic, affordability, neighborhood change, and whether promises made today will truly be fulfilled tomorrow. There are people who have seen transformational projects proposed before and walked away disappointed by outcomes that did not fully materialize. I can absolutely relate to that hesitation. and I believe those concerns deserve to be heard and they deserve respect. But I also believe that there's another risk we have to consider very carefully, and that is the risk of doing nothing. Cities and regions either move forward intentionally or they slowly lose momentum, opportunity, talent, investment, and relevance. Tampa is no longer a small emerging city. We are becoming a nationally recognized economic center, and moments like this will help define what kind of future we are willing to invest in for the next generation. What stands out to me about this proposal is not simply a new baseball stadium. It is the scale of the long-term economic and community impact surrounding it. We're talking about achieving local hiring goals, workforce development opportunities, youth engagement programs, neighborhood investment initiatives, and the revitalization of one of Tampa's lowest performing CRA districts into a thriving economic engine. The success of this project will not be measured in baseball games won, but in jobs created, careers launched, small businesses supported, property values strengthened, safer and more activated neighborhoods, and opportunities that I frankly feel will otherwise not materialize. To me, this feels like one of those rare moments where community stands at a crossroad between caution and possibility. And while no project is without risk, transformational progress never happens without courage, which is why I respectfully ask this council to vote in support of the Memorandum of Understanding. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. Next speaker is Vincent Dolan, followed by Christine Turner.
Thank you, members of council. My name is Vinnie Dolan. I'm the chair of the Ybor City Historical Society and the Tampa Baseball Museum. Like most people, I'm skeptical of public dollars being used to support private projects and private organizations, but this is bigger than a stadium. Briefly, Tampa itself grew because local leaders were willing to invest in infrastructure and incentives on a 40-acre parcel that brought Vicente Martinez Ybor to Tampa. Before Ybor City, Tampa's population was 720 people. 20 years later, it had grown to more than 15,000, driven by the emergence of Ybor City, and perhaps Mr. Plant. But transportation is another discussion. Without that public-private partnership, Tampa likely remains a small coastal town, and most of us probably are not standing here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Christine, followed by Pamela Canella.
Christine Turner. Good morning. I'm Christine Turner. I grew up in Tampa Bay. I still remember working at the Sports Authority in the late 1990s when the Rays came to town, and we were trying to stock the shelves with the baseball caps quicker than the people could pull them off and purchase them. This was a town that was energized by Major League Baseball. This was a town that was excited about it. I remember that vividly. Since that time, I've graduated from the University of South Florida, and I now own a business here in Tampa that is a proud partner of the Tampa Bay Rays. I also serve and have the fortune to serve on many community and business organizations and nonprofits. And I can tell you that there is not a single one of those that isn't supported by the Tampa Bay Rays, whether that's through financing, resources, volunteerism, and more. All this to say that the Tampa Bay Rays are more than just a vote here today for many of us. They're a fabric of our community. They're a part of who we are, and they've supported us like nobody else. So today's vote is about far more than baseball. It's about whether we continue to support an institution that has given so much to so many of us. A no vote today is more than about a stadium. It creates a ripple effect across businesses, nonprofits, and communities that rely on Tampa Bay Rays, and businesses like mine. I respectfully ask that you continue to investigate this agreement and let the Rays and support the Rays. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Pamela Canella, followed by Ron Weaver. Good morning, Pam.
Okay, my name is Pam Canella. I am not against the Rays. I am opposed to the use of CRA, CIT, and any other tax money to fund the Rays Stadium. These funds are to be used for their legally authorized purpose. It's about ethics. Let me put this here in case y'all forgot you signed that. As elected officials, you are bound by ethics and appropriations laws that prohibit the use of public taxpayer money for unauthorized purposes. This stadium is not eligible, and it's not an approved project. Elected officials are considered public servants, elected by people to represent their interests, but I haven't seen much of that lately. We all know this is not in the best interest of the people. So what it comes down to, are you, city council members, going to do the right thing? Will your decision be based on your oath as an elected public official? Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Ron Weaver, followed by James Van Herentz.
Thank you, Ron Weaver. I'm only here as a citizen, but I couldn't help but notice that the legal question was decided in 1974 regarding Article 10, Section 7 about public versus private money. In the Miami Convention Center case, the public benefits were so obvious that the Supreme Court of Florida said that derivation of public and private money could indeed go to public facilities like this. And then the county got an independent legal opinion. The CIT included not only authorization for this baseball stadium, but $547 million that had to go to such public facilities as these. Therefore, I respectfully submit to you that these are three brilliant income streams, no new taxes. They are the tourists will pay the bed tax. These are sales tax instead of property tax that you were concerned about a few weeks ago. These are sales tax, half-cent CIT sales tax voted for another 15 years by the voters. And providing for this $547 million that has to go to such public facilities as these. The other projects are not going to be delayed. In 5 or 10 or 12 years, those other projects are going to get 2 or 3 or 4 times more money instead of less if we invest in this. The state legislature is putting $150 million to work for this community as we unify with our community spirit. Baseball's the pastime, but community is the lifeline of this community, and the legislature is putting $250 million to work, $150 million for Hillsborough College, so we don't have to pay $65 million to redo those old buildings. The elevators don't work, and $100 million for the Lithia Pinecrest Road, so that we don't have to use CIT for that. So we will not lose these other projects. We will multiply these other projects by 2 or 3 or 4 times over the next 5, 10, or 15 years. Please give us a chance. 11,900 of us might be able to get jobs that AI is going to kill 15% of. $55 billion worth of economy, which will pay billions of dollars worth of taxes. We're going to lure people who are going to be not little V visitors, 10 million a year. It's going to be big V visitors, robust. They're going to come move their company and thousands more jobs in their family. They're going to teach. They're going to volunteer at the school. They're going to maybe donate hospitals and maybe donate additional schools. This is what this is all about. This is our moment, our magic moment, when the dreaming and the scheming and the streaming becomes one from Jekyll and Hyde on Broadway. No Shakespeare today. And don't forget Journey. Don't stop believing in Tampa and what it can be and what it must be. Please don't stop believing.
Thank you, Ron. James Van Herent, followed by Michelle Mastrotacharo.
Good morning, Council. I'm James Van Herentz. I thank you for having the giving me the opportunity to speak today. But I also want you to be aware there are 2 other rooms full of people right now who are also in support of this project. So there's more than just you see right here. I also wanted to come out and say that that I come from Pinellas County. I love the Rays, but to be honest, like what Charlie said before, that Tampa Bay doesn't support the Rays, it's not true. It's just in a horrible location. St. Pete, it's a lot of fixed income, it's a lot of older retirees and tourists. Tampa is the heartbeat of Tampa Bay. We're not one city, it's one region, but Tampa is the heartbeat of this whole region. Now, I don't want to, obviously everybody's points about we need to fix our potholes, we need to fix a lot of issues. That's absolutely true. But I also heard this, that we also aren't paying our firefighters enough. Absolutely true. But at the same time, we also hear that you guys don't have enough revenue. So we need another revenue source. This is that source. I don't live in Tampa. I live in Pinellas County. But I will be coming to this. I will be coming to these restaurants, to these bars, to the games. I will be spending my money. My tax money will be going to your city, to the region, to help you. I'm supporting this project because it helps everybody. At the same time, I talked about in the last meeting that I'm a person with a vision disability. That baseball is a big mental health help to me because it helps me escape. It's an educational tool because kids grow up not having a hard time understanding math, but baseball can teach that. They learn statistics, they learn distance, miles per hour, directions of balls, angles. That's a huge educational help, but as far as it also builds community, getting to remember the memories with my dad, going to baseball games. And those are still some of the strongest memories I have to my day. I talked to my dad about it after that meeting. He goes, I love you, I appreciate it. Those are some of his strongest memories. And Dad, if you're watching, I love you. I thank the Rays for giving me the opportunity to build that with my dad. And think of all the generations ahead behind me that are gonna have that relationship with their family to have those memories. And this is just such an important project. And as far as dealing with transportation is a huge problem, not just in Tampa, but in Tampa Bay in general. This project is the opportunity to bring light rail, not just to Tampa, but to connect the Howard Franklin Bridge, which was built with light rail in mind, to connect the airport to Pinellas County, to Sarasota, to Pasco, that now we also have a fast way to get here. So I urge you to please support this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Michelle, followed by David Phillipson, and then Stephanie Pointer. Michelle, start with your name, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Mastro-Totaro. I'm here today as a taxpayer, a resident, and someone who is tired of people like political that are taking our CIT money, our CRA money for private stadiums is wrong, morally, financially, and legally questionable. The money should be going to where it's supposed to go. I live right there. You see where that arrow is? I don't got a chance. I already lost everything. I've been fighting since 2020 after those apartments were put up illegally on mangroves. So when we talk about you're gonna take our CIT money, our CRA money, which voters voted on that money, and that money goes to where it's supposed to go, not to a billionaire who Babby tells me he can actually pay for it all on his own. So why do you want to take our money? Why do you want to take our CA money? Why doesn't the lottery help pay? That's just right for HCC school. I mean, our areas have not been addressed. Our areas are suffering. I just can't even express to you what we're going through here. So we really need the money to go back into the town, not into private entities that are not even. That is who I fight for. That little boy right there. Could you imagine 8 feet come back into my home? That little boy that just beat cancer. You think about when you say yes or no today, think about the people and how the people will remember you voted yes or no, because they don't forget. They don't forget. Look at us. Everything on the front. We lost everything. Now you're telling me you're gonna take that money away to help us? To go into a $1 billion corporation that's gonna not benefit nobody? Who's it gonna benefit? Nobody. Why didn't the Point of Wisher apartments benefit my area? We didn't get no help in our area. That was a whole bunch of money. Look, that was my home. My home had 7 feet of wastewater, which in fact is still not funded. They have not done the wastewater pump station on West Prescott. They're still waiting. So there's a lot of stuff that, when you go into it all, people are suffering, not just my area, a lot of areas. But Port Tampa has been neglected.
Thank you, Michelle.
And I just want you all to
Thank you, Michelle.
vote correctly.
Thank you.
And please,
Thank you.
save the Cologne
Thank
Cemetery.
you. David Phillipson, followed by Stephanie Pointer. David Phillipson. Going once, going twice. Stephanie Pointer, followed by Jamie Adair.
Jamie's not here, he went home.
Okay.
I told Mr. Babby that I wouldn't talk smack about him, so that's as nice as I can be. Bottom line is that 976, oh, sorry, Stephanie Pointer, $976 million divided by 1.4 million citizens in this beautiful county we live in is $697.14 per person. Not per household, but per person, every living person. That means for a family of 4, like mine, it's $2,788.57. I have a real issue. My mom always said, my husband says, you can't spend other people's money. And if we are voting on this, and I understand the MOU and I understand how it works, but I also understand that you guys should not be making this decision. There are 1.4 million people who live in this county, and the decision should be made by them. And as I said earlier today, and I'll say it again until I'm blue in the face, anybody who makes a vote on this particular project in any way, shape, or form will lose votes. You may lose your political career over this because everyone in this county is watching what you do. They watched what they did at the BOCC yesterday. Those 7 people, I guarantee you, those 7 people lost votes. Some because they voted for it and some because they voted against it. But why is it that, and I'm sorry, Mr. Babby, but honestly, you cannot put this on our elected officials. It's not your place to vote on it. It's not good for you. It's not good for our county. You know what? If the citizens of Hillsborough County want it, then by God, they'll vote for it. We can put it on the ballot. We've got until August to put it on the ballot. Let's go ahead and let everybody vote where their money goes. It's not dividing it up by 7 people or 8 people or, 14 people if you add both councils. This needs to come before the citizens of the city and the citizens of the county. Not everybody pick and choose who's going to make the decision. There's no rush. They already have a field to play in. Nobody's going to get lost in between. Nobody's going to be homeless without doing it today, tomorrow, next week. And I have a list of things, issues that I have with the MOU. I want you guys to remember that when the community benefits agreement comes up, what kind of crap we got from the related group for Rome Yard. We need to make sure that we are doing a better job. We need to have learned from that crap. We need to have it in writing when these things will happen. What is the timeline for all these things? And I'm not seeing it in the MOU, maybe I haven't gotten there yet, but $30 million from our CBDBG funds on top of that for infrastructure. I'm like, I thought that was supposed to be for people's housing, and I'm just not seeing where we're getting all that. So please take this into consideration and don't vote yourselves out of office.
Thank you, Ms. Pointer. Okay, last call, Jamie Adair. Hearing none. Alejandro Noriega, followed by Joel Robinson. I thought it was Joe. It's Joel Robinson.
Good morning, Council. My name is Alejandro Noriega, and as you can tell, I'm one of the millions of residents here to support this project today. I will say I do agree with everybody's point of view. I really do. I'm not saying we are wrong, but I will give you an example. The Kansas City Royals are looking for a new stadium in downtown Kansas City. The city commission already rewarded them $6 million of county money and tax money from their taxpayers to keep their team. Why? Because they know that if they lose that team, their money goes down and their economic revenue goes down as well. Such as, for a prime example, Oakland. Oakland is a city that lost all 3 of its major franchises. They lost they lost the Golden State Warriors that went to San Francisco finally, as implied in their name. They lost the Raiders to Vegas, and they also lost the Athletics to Vegas. This is a city that lost their teams and are economically impacted negatively because of this. Again, I understand where people are saying we should work on a deal, but this is a non-binding MOU. This is to fix that deal and make sure that everyone wins at the end of the day, because we want the race here. They belong here. Like I said in my last time I was here, they weren't ever supposed to be in St. Pete. That was a ploy to bring other teams here, such as the White Sox and Giants, and it turned out that it was a bad location. But we really do need to look at the projections, and we need to look at this deal as a changing MOU and everything, because it helps this city. Look at the Atlanta Braves. The Atlanta Braves are the prime example of this deal. They have been positive. They have made more economic developments on that deal, and they have made over $40 million every year because of the stadium since it opened in 2021, which, if you also look at the correlation, the Rays and the Atlanta Braves are both the first place teams in their respective leagues of Major League Baseball. Braves have the money to support their team. We need to help support the Rays with their development and their money, because we have a team. We seen it the other day. They literally just swept the Baltimore Orioles. They literally have been good on the field. We need to help them off the field. We need to also help them with the fact that, yes, the CIT tax, people doesn't want to use that, but the CIT tax built Raymond James Stadium. No matter how much you want to complain about it, how much you want to argue it, it built Raymond James Stadium, and we have benefited from Raymond James Stadium ever since that. And we have had multiple events, we've had Super Bowls, we've had concerts, and that has brought a lot of revenue and money to this city. And we wouldn't have half of the events if it wasn't for the CIT going to Raymond James Stadium. And I want to say thank you guys for letting me speak. I really am passionate about this, just like the millions of other fans that are downstairs. We have the opportunity to do a generational project, just like Water Street, as everyone has brought up. I didn't want to bring it up again because it's already been talked about, but it is true. We gave Jeff Finnick millions of dollars to build Water Street, and we have benefited from that project as well. So overall, I think this deal needs to happen, and it's up to you guys to get this project done for a generation as myself to enjoy it for future generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, if y'all would keep your voices down, the acoustics in this room is really clear, and when you're even whispering back there, it bounces right up here, and it's difficult for us to hear the speakers. I'm going to call some next names. If you're downstairs, please come to council chambers. Karen Hardy, Sandy Sanchez, Nick Stocco, J.P. Peterson, Joey Schultz, Rob Ledford, and Ergen Tech. Okay, next speaker is Joel Robinson. Joel Robinson, are you in the room? Joel, J-O-E-L. There you go. And after that will be Joe Greco. No, Joe, wrong Joe. We have two Joes. We're gonna take the
J-O-E-L or J-O-E?
Joel.
Not Joe, Joel.
Robinson?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
You're Joe Robinson. Yeah. I thought that earlier. I was like, do they want me in the room? Oh my gosh.
Start with your name, please.
I'm Joel Robinson. I always say I'm Joe, but I took the L. I'm here today, not necessarily so much as a fan. I'm here as an advocate for the jobs that could be lost if we lose this baseball team. I'm told there's 2,500 to maybe 1,500 employees at a Rays game any given day. Are we as a community really going to let these jobs go to Orlando or even worse, Nashville? So we need to be aware of these things. This is a fight. This is a fight for the families. This is a fight for these individual people. People are struggling to find jobs left and right. And this new stadium is an opportunity to not only create all these new jobs, but as well the jobs that we already have. These 1,500 to 2,500 jobs, we could give these to those people. Some are even here in this room. I've talked to them already today. They were telling me some of the stories, some of the experiences they've had working for the Rays, and to take that away from them would just be wrong. And it's not even the jobs that we could create, it's the jobs that we already have. It would be a shame to lose things like that. And these people, again, they're real. They're mothers, they're fathers, they're brothers and sisters. And if you've been to a Rays game or even been around town, you've seen their smiles, and you can't help but smile yourself. So it's our turn now. We have the chance to welcome these hardworking employees from the CHOP, to give them that first opportunity to have this new job at this new stadium. And this is where it belongs. It's right here. It's our turn to do these things for these people. We can now return the favor that they've returned to us night after night, being so encouraging to us as baseball fans. Now we can do the same here in Tampa Bay, where the stadium belongs. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel. Joe Greco, followed by Michelle Dyson. I saw Greco here somewhere. There he is.
Good evening. Good afternoon, Council. Joe Greco. Thank you for having me. And are you coming up, Hager? Are you bringing that slide or not? Council, we had a meeting of the Citizens Advisory Board and Finance Committee on May the 8th. Because some of the stuff I'll be reading you of, I believe, have already been addressed in the MOU, and I'm not going to allude to which those are because I don't even have it. I don't know if it's been updated recently. Is it up there now?
Yes.
Beautiful. Basically, I just want to read into record some of the stuff that your Citizens Advisory Board came up to. Hopefully, that if you're in the position of moving this MOU forward towards a contract. Some of these things we would hope would be addressed in that MOU prior to going to contract. CIT funding component, cost reimbursement over a 15-year CIT revenue period. Remove interest burden, that'll remove the interest burden associated with the debt obligation. It doesn't utilize city bonding capacity. Elected officials to remain true to the previous commitment made to the voters, confirm voter intent by putting the decision on the 2026 ballot. The CRA funding component, cost reimbursement is a preferred structure. If cost reimbursement is not agreeable to the parties, listen, some of these have multiple things in it, and this committee is not suggesting that all of these conditions be met, that they're explored, given an ample opportunity to be digested, and if there's anything that can happen in there, we would like to see that. Specific commitment to affordable housing, the unit count, 20% of it recommended, and then the average median income, 80% of it for the housing. The 6 cent, we're asking that only 50% of it go towards the Rays Stadium. 50% of the 1 cent tax of the 6 cent. Did I say that correctly? Yes. Time frame available to use would sunset at a specific date also. Revenue share requirement to the city. Of course, that's quite a list of those. If we could just get a piece of it somewhere. I don't know what that is, or what it looks like, and I'm sure there's smarter people that can figure out if there's anything we can get out of that. It would be nice to get some revenue share. The ticket surcharge. I know that even when you go to concerts, there's multiple surcharges on there. Standalone city surcharge, Raise share ticket surcharge with the city would not apply to the lower price tickets. We wouldn't want to add anything to the tickets that they like to give give away cheap. Infrastructure impact. It's a big one for me, as you know. Fire department and police department. I know that the fire union has talked to and police union has talked to and agreed to, and I believe they're fully committed to being good stewards of our fire service and police service and do what they can with.
Thank you, sir.
Are we done?
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Michelle-
I believe each one of you have been given this.
Thank you. Michelle Dyson, followed by Karen Hardy, followed by Sandy Sanchez.
Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Michelle Dyson. I am a bartender at Tropicana Field, Raymond James Stadium, and Steinbrenner Field. I'm here today wearing a shirt signed by many of my coworkers, making sure we have a voice in this conversation. Today, you will hear passionate pleas from people who agree and disagree with development and its financing. We all thank you for taking the time to listen, respecting each of our views. Here's my plea. The hospitality industry is the heartbeat of Tampa Bay. So when critics ask why should we invest public dollars into major sports development, the answer is simple. We are investing in our local economy, our people, and the future. This stadium district is projected to generate billions in economic impact and support thousands of hospitality jobs. Let's be clear, a stadium and its surrounding buildings are just steel and concrete until the people step inside. The soul of this new district are the hospitality workers, the ones who will turn this massive investment into an unforgettable experience, welcoming millions and getting them to come back. It starts at the top. A Ken Babby game is pure electric energy. He delivers unforgettable, affordable family fun. Under his leadership, our return on investment will be more than just monetary. As you prepare to vote today, please remember this. To the yes votes, we say thank you. Your vote shows support for all, especially in the hospitality. To the undecided, your caution is understandable. Remembering voting yes is not a final contract. It just keeps us at the table. To the no votes, while I respect your fight for fiscal responsibility, a no vote does not save us money. It completely forfeits our leverage. And to the hardest no, I have just as much fight and passion for this city as you, Mr. Miranda, which is why I have a hard time understanding your hesitation. You continue to vote no, yet your district benefits from sports and tourism more than any other district up here.
Please don't
Ray
direct your
J,
comments to a single
Steinbrenner,
council
Tampa, and TPA drive your local economy. This non-binding MOU isn't a handout, it's a leverage we need to secure the thousands of hospitality jobs in your backyard. Bring the famous fight of yours to the negotiating table. Protect the taxpayers, but please don't lock us out. Workers deserve a yes. We have a historic opportunity. Protect us secure our jobs, and give us the Tampa Bay Rays a permanent home. Thank you.
Just a reminder to folks that are at City Council, please do not direct your comments to any single City Council. You're talking to Council as a whole. Don't direct it as individual people. Karen Hardy, followed by Sandy Sanchez and Nick Stocco. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for taking our comments. My name is Karen Hardy. I am a resident of the Tampa Bay area, and I reside in Hillsborough County. I made this area my home in 1985 when I was a young woman at the age of 21. My husband Robert and I married and met, and later married in 1999. We have supported this area for all these years, and we were excited when we learned that Tampa Bay was finally granted its own expansion team in 1995. We got our team, the Double Rays. Since that time, the Tampa Rays have generated $4.6 billion to $5 billion in total estimated gross revenue since beginning play in 1998, taking into account operating expenses and revenue sharing. The Sun Dome, the Trop, and all the ensuing games since that time have been beneficial to this and surrounding areas. They have created jobs, brought substantial revenue to area businesses, not to mention community pride and camaraderie of all concerned. The team has also been active in contributing as they have been involved in various types of philanthropic activities benefiting untold numbers in this region and beyond. Some of these are the Rays Baseball Foundation, benefiting youth in development, education, and wellness. Also providing free jerseys to local T-ball leagues, summer reading programs, and organizing dental clinics for underserved children. My husband Robert was immensely influenced in so many positive ways when he was young, being involved in junior leagues, Babe Ruth, and playing in high school. I know what it meant to him all those years, and when he became an adult, involved in 5 years of semi-pro softball. I've seen youth leagues and know what the sport means to the kids and their parents. It benefits them in untold ways, from physical fitness, community involvement, and camaraderie. It teaches them to function as a team toward a unified goal. It creates lifelong friendships. It allows them to dream and strive for goals instead of taking part in less beneficial or even harmful activities that because they feel bored or alone. Bottom line, the Rays are here to stay. They are a team, and we love the game. We are also taxpayers. We have embraced them since their inception, and there will be a great loss in countless ways that we lose them because people are being penny wise and pound foolish. Sports lovers are passionate, and our memories are long. Since I have lived here, we built our lives here, we had our children and grandchildren here, and been a taxpayer all long. In conclusion, I'd like to say, go Rays!
Thank you, Karen. Sandy Sanchez, followed by Nick Stocco, and then JP Peterson. Good morning, Sandy.
Good afternoon, City Council.
Good afternoon.
My name is Sandy Sanchez. As this moves forward, I ask that the county, with the encouragement of the Tampa City Council, allow the Tampa taxpayers to weigh in on this decision, to put this decision on the November ballot. At yesterday's County Commissioners meeting, all commissioners admitted that there had been many phone calls and emails for both sides. With that admission alone, you would think that the commission would agree to put this on the November ballot. There needs to be an avenue where the taxpayers of Tampa get to ask questions and or submit questions to get the answers they are looking for. We don't need another cheerleader program put on by the Rays stage production company, but a heart-to-heart discussion with our elected leaders. There has to be an avenue to help the taxpayers understand not just the funding issues, but also the construction choreography. Rays management is welcome to attend and listen. The architect for this for-profit project needs to know what answers the taxpayers are looking for, not just the information that they choose to share. You can even set up these neighborhoods meetings to have the questions sent in ahead of time. Please help us understand. You might even change some of our opinions. I encourage the public, whether you're for or against this project, to write the county commissioners to put this on the ballot. Hopefully, when it comes time to vote in the next election, folks will remember those elected officials that disrespected the taxpayers of Tampa, but not giving us an opportunity to understand and to weigh in on this huge financial commitment. The MNU is a perfect example of what the public does not understand or know about. It is not published. We had to go through a lot of trouble to get a copy of it for us to review, all 35 pages of it. So we encourage the city and the county to have meetings with the public to make them understand all parts of this decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. Nick Stocco, followed by J.P. Peterson, and then Joey Schultz.
Good afternoon, Council. Nick Stocco, President of the Tampa Firefighters Union. I want to thank you, Chairman and Council, for giving us time today. As a labor union, we understand negotiations and legislative approval processes. When the city and our union negotiate contracts, both sides work through difficult issues, negotiating details, and ultimately bringing forward a framework that both parties believe is appropriate to move forward for legislative consideration. But the people closest to the discussions are often the subject matter experts on the operational realities and impacts involved. From the firefighters' perspective, we viewed the process the same way. Over the last several months, Tampa firefighters have met directly with the CEO of the Rays, their leadership, reviewed documents, asked difficult questions, and pushed to ensure public safety was a part of the discussions from the very beginning. As firefighters, public safety comes first. We have also been one of the loudest voices discussing response times, staffing challenges, station placements, and long-term infrastructure needs across Tampa. Those concerns are real, and those concerns exist. But this is exactly why we stayed engaged in this process. Tampa is growing regardless whether this project moves forward or not. The question is whether public safety infrastructure goes with it, or whether firefighters are left reacting afterwards after the strain already exists. Up to this point, the Rays organization has answered our calls, provided requested information, and demonstrated willingness to include dedicated fire and EMS infrastructure as part of the ongoing discussions as this becomes a development. Frankly, it's rare for firefighters to even be a thought in any development process. This council has approved various projects where the firefighters weren't even a thought. This is unique and rare in my first experience where a development has engaged the firefighters and wanted our input and expressed our input on paper as written in the MOU. Firefighters have been publicly advocating for those needs years before this project was ever a consideration. Today, we're asking Council to continue to move forward this MOU and as the definitive agreements continue to develop while ensuring public safety remains a part of the conversation in every step of the way. The unity and the amount of people that have come and spoken their advocacy, the smiles, and each one's driving their own opinions in whom they represent should what we take away from this. This is an opportunity for all of us to unite, organize, and continue to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. J.P. Peterson, followed by Joey Schultz, followed by Rob Ledford.
Thank you, Commissioners. It's great to see you once again. I had to postpone my very popular show today to be here to talk to you, Fancy Sports, about anyone who would even think about saying no to a non-binding MOU and ending this conversation and sending our beloved Rays down the road to Orlando. We will never forget the no votes. Those names will come up time and time again. Whatever you're going to run for, we'll be talking about it. This affects generations to come. Your grandchildren will be sitting on your lap saying, wait a minute, you actually said no to a non-binding MOU and ended the Rays and sent them to, yeah, they'll know that language. They'll never forget it. I was just at Tropicana Field the other day. It was electric. All races, all creeds, all colors, even teenagers were there. Not doing teen takeovers. Tarps off, baby. Everybody was doing it. What an electricity this team is bringing. Best team in baseball. Shout out Eric Neander, the GM right behind me. The Martinez, that was awesome, that get. Unbelievable team. The publicity this city is getting right now for this Rays. They lead Sports Center. You would pay billions for that. Police and fire. If you're supporting police and fire, they're supporting this. You got to say yes, or you're not supporting police and fire. All the jobs. I've talked to so many people that said, I'm not even a baseball fan. JP, I've worked for these. You just heard the bartender here. These are important jobs, 12,000 jobs, 40,000 construction jobs that are going to be here, and that's just to start it. If you're talking about, I'm going to say no because of billionaires, guess what? They're still going to be billionaires. They're going to go down to these 10 other cities that want this, that know that's going to bring these jobs and the economic benefit, $55 billion in economic benefit. What do they know that you don't know if you're thinking about saying no to a non-binding MOU and ending the conversation? How could you even think about it? Listen, generations, the bases are loaded. It's the bottom of the ninth. Generations of Tampanians are on base waiting for you to take a strike, to get in the batter's box, dig in, see that big fat white fastball coming down and to hit it and knock it out of the park. Are you really going to sit there with the bat on your shoulder, let this opportunity pass and just walk with your head to the dugout by saying no to a non-binding MOU? Unthinkable. This vote will be remembered forever if this team leaves, and if you say no, your name's going to be on it. Thank you.
Thank you, JP. Joey Schultz, followed by Rob Ledford, and then Ergen Tech. Joey Schultz? Joey? Nope. Going once, going twice. Gone. Rob Ledford? Rob, start with your name.
Good afternoon, Chairman, council members. My name is Rob Ledford. I have the honor and pleasure to serve as the chair of the Tampa Bay Chamber. On behalf of our board of directors, more than 1,400 member businesses that represent 15,000 employees in the Tampa Bay region, I'm here to speak in support of the Rays Stadium mixed-use project. The framework outlined in the non-binding MOU reflects a bold vision for a modern, walkable district that integrates Major League Baseball along with housing, retail, hospitality, an excellent education partner in Hillsborough College, workforce development, parks, open space, and sorely needed infrastructure improvements. The Chamber is encouraged by the significant private sector commitment included in this proposal. The Rays organization will be responsible for any of the project costs going beyond the capped public obligation. That includes all the overruns, that includes all the costs, that includes long-term maintenance, operations, and long-term capital requirements. While the Chamber's support is resounding, it is not unconditional. Any allocation of community investment tax dollars must be structured to protect the long-term financial capability of our region. Our needs beyond this project must be protected as well. More importantly, it cannot impact our existing assets in entertainment and sports for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the Lightning, and George Steinbrenner Field. If structured with discipline and executed with excellence, which I believe it will be, this project will become a defining regional catalyst for generations. One that accelerates economic growth, strengthens competitiveness, and elevates Tampa Bay's stature on the global scale. Chairman and council members, thank you for negotiating well on a non-binding resolution that covers this MOU. Appreciate your time. Thank you for your consideration. Have a great day.
Thank you, Rob. Ergen? Hello, my friend. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm going to put something here. If it can be visible.
Start with your name, please.
This is Ergen Tech. I'm here because I deeply care about Tampa Bay and the hardworking people who live here. First of all, we want the Rays to stay here. We support the growth, the jobs, and the developments. But the taxpayers also deserve the best possible deal. So we have to ask ourselves, is this an investment or is it a giveaway? So when we identify this, we will know the answer already. Since our families across the county are struggling to pay with insurances, houses, inflation, and rising the cost for them every single day. So this Tampa has a value, or land that we're gonna give have a value. or people have the most value. So we are not negotiating from weaknesses. So, you know, if public money is involved, the public should receive a long-term value in return. Through strong taxpayer protections, infrastructure improvements, community benefits, and long-term public return on investment. I respectfully ask you guys, ask elected officials and our leaders to stay strong, negotiate carefully, make sure this deal go through, but protects people of Tampa Bay at the same time. Because at the end of the day, we had hardworking people paying this bill. It's our tax dollars. So in return for our tax dollars, we could offer some returns on our money. I put this actually here to see if people can read it, but it wasn't. Is it? There you go. Can it be read? Oh,
Yes.
I was personally thinking we should propose permanent public partnership or ownership stake, voting rights proportional to our taxpayer investment, revenue sharing back to the county, or oversight with transparency and revenues, public return on investment over time, the structural financing, or loan models instead of giveaways. So it's all up to you guys. I think we should let Ray stay here, but also we should think about our citizens and cover for everyone else's who can't talk here. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Per council motion, we are breaking at 12:30, so we do not have time for another public comment. We still have quite a few left. We're going to be on break for lunch for 1 hour. We're going to come back at 1:30. If I could get council in their seats at 1:30 so that we can start right back up at public comment. Yeah. We're not Gavel, we're just going to declare both episodes. So both the city council and the CRA for Councilwoman Young, we're at lunch for 1 hour. Council to order. Roll call, please.
Miranda. Maniscalco. Hurtak.
Here.
Young.
Here.
Vieira.
Yeah.
Carlson. Clendenin.
Yeah. Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. And Madam Chair?
I would like to call the Community Redevelopment Agency meeting to order. Roll call, please. Miranda. Here. Maniscalco. Here. Hurtak.
Here.
Clendenin.
Here.
Carlson. Here. Vieira. Young. Here. We have physical quorum.
And I'll take the gavel back. Thank you. Okay, we're going to resume public comment. If I call your name, please approach the podium. You'll have 3 minutes once the light comes on. And we're going to start with Armida Mata, Arminda. Arminda, if you're downstairs, if you would please come to council chambers and let your presence be known. Susan Minich. Susan? Followed by Jerry. So Jerry, if you want to stand and be ready to go right after that, followed by Jonathan Butler. And for those downstairs, Montesna, Jared Willis, Joe Robinson, Elvis Piggott, Connie Burton, Pastor Williams, please come to council chambers. Yes, ma'am. Start with your names. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Susan.
There's Andy.
Yeah.
And I attended the county meeting yesterday and listened to this morning's meeting. And I want to start out by saying there were a lot of statistics that were given both yesterday and in today's meeting. But the funny thing about statistics are they can change based on what your opinion is. So if you're for this, you can find statistics that support your view. If you're against this, you can find statistics that also support your view. I happen to be for this, and I don't think that moving forward on a non-binding, non-contractual MOU is going to hurt the taxpayers, the city, the county. All it's doing is giving us the opportunity to negotiate with the Rays in good faith and see if it's a good fit, financially and otherwise, to bring the Rays to Tampa. There were talk yesterday about the Atlanta Ballpark. Again, I'll go back to statistics. The people who love that all say, oh, well, it's generated lots of revenue. The people that don't like it say it doesn't. So where does that land us? It lands us that we know that the Rays are big contributors, not only to the bottom line of taxes, but the Rays and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the Tampa Bay Lightning and all the other sport venues that we have put this city on the map. Nobody knew what Tampa was. Nobody knew what Tampa Bay was until we brought sports here. It's important to this community. And the people that are passionate about this team are passionate because we love the Rays. We love the new Rays ownership. We're excited to see them stay in this area. They're a good community partner. They're not only, the things that they've done scholarships, they're involved, they've done Feeding Tampa Bay, they do Habitat for Humanity. There's a lot of other things other than just being a sports team that this organization brings to us. And I think it's very important, and we're all passionate, that we don't lose that. This is an opportunity for us to move ahead, bring this team to Tampa, which is where it should have been to begin with. And let's just make sure that we give them the opportunity to at least keep talking about this and move this forward. So I'm in total favor, and I hope that all of you can vote yes just to move this process ahead one more step. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Jerry, followed by Jonathan Butler.
Yeah, hi, I'm the other half of the Minnick family.
Start with your name, please. We have some procedural thing. We have to start with our name. Start with your name, please.
Oh, Jerry Minnick, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
We're longtime fans of the Rays, obviously. My wife and I have been season ticket holders since '08. We attended games in both the World Series appearances, and we also painfully drive to St. Pete to see these games, to see small crowds normally, where we know if we'd have a closer team to the Tampa area, we would draw larger crowds and perhaps fill the stadium, hopefully, every day. It would also make us accessible to north, south, and east all the way to Orlando, down to Sarasota, the whole area. It's a real pain in the butt, to be honest, to get to St. Pete. Tampa has a long history in baseball. Tampa has produced over 90 ML players, including the current manager, Kevin Cash. 48 players from the Tampa area have played for the Rays alone. Today is a once-in-a-lifetime generational opportunity. We cannot let it go. The opportunity is now. At least 10 other cities are willing to pay more than $2.5 billion just to have the chance to get a team that we have now. That's far less, and we can get this team for far less than that. The investment now will produce huge dividends down the road. Look at the Bucks and the Lightning and the money they generate for Tampa. Also, imagine what can be done by combining the area of Bucks Stadium with this proposed Rays Stadium. The dividends will be exponential. We can share parking lots. Look at the Taylor Swift concerts all the way to Super Bowls that have been had there. Plus, we would be right next to the airport. That is a wow factor. Transportation needs would be minimized. Add future hotels, restaurants, shops, and many jobs that will be included. We saw your enthusiasm this morning for the airport expansion. Let's do the same for the Rays move to Tampa. I can tell you that I've been hearing for weeks about how people in Tampa, the majority, do not want the Rays to make this move and do not support it. Well, I don't think that's true. Based on what I see on the second floor today and the third floor today, that is not true. So thank you and appreciate your time, and let's all vote for the Rays.
Thank you, Jerry. Jonathan Butler, followed by Montesna. Jonathan Butler, going once, going twice, gone. Montesna, not present. Tabitha H. And if you can hear me downstairs, if I've called your name, please come to the third floor. Jared Willis.
Thank you, Chairman, Council. I'm Jared Willis. I'm an attorney here in town, a relatively new transplant to Tampa. I've been watching the discussions on this project, and to me, as a new Tampanian, I kind of see it as being a little bit bigger than baseball. I know you've had a lot of folks talk about baseball. I love a good Rays game, but to me, one of the speakers that spoke earlier kind of framed it in a way I really liked. They talked about caution versus possibility. I moved here from Tallahassee, where I'd lived for 30 years, and I watched a community kind of succumb to the voices that said, we don't really like that idea. It's too big. It's too large for what we're trying to do here. And I had the privilege of being able to do some work down here and travel down here, and I had some buddies that lived down here as well, and I saw kind of what was happening on Water Street and the proposed developments for Ybor, and Tampa really struck me as a place for big ideas and possibilities, and a place where the energy just, there's things happening. So 2 years ago, I moved to Tampa, and I've really enjoyed it. But I see this vote in front of y'all. I think there's been a lot of discussion around the economic development and all the great things. I mean, I think it's more than a stadium, right? There's a whole mixed-use development planned around it. But I see this vote as a signal. Is Tampa going to continue to embrace big ideas and possibilities, or is this going to go in favor of caution? So I know there's some of y'all on the dais that have higher ambitions, and so I think the question is, does Tampa want a mayor that embraces big ideas and possibilities and sends the signal that Tampa is a place where we can have cool things for people to do? And so all that being said, I'm not going to belabor the point, but I really urge y'all to support a Tampa that embraces big ideas and embraces possibility. There's only 12 cities in America that have an MLB, an NHL, and an NFL team. Big names, big cities. It'd be really cool if Tampa was one of those. Thank you.
Thank you, Jared. Christopher Palermo, followed by Julie McGill.
Hello. Y'all know me from the last meeting. My name is Christopher Palermo. I'm a fifth-generation Tampanian. Practiced law in this city for 30 years. That was a beautiful comment. Because I'm going to tell you what, this is a litmus test for those of you who want to keep your job or maybe get a higher job. If this is just too dangerous for you, if you're just a little bit too weak in the knees, maybe you shouldn't run for office here in Tampa. Maybe we don't need you, okay? If you don't understand catalysm development, which is state-of-the-art in business craftsmanship, in city building. If you don't know that and you don't understand that, and you're pandering to the, don't spend the money, you're not qualified to be mayor. You're not qualified to hold these jobs anymore. You're not good enough for this city. And I promise you this, I will spend my dollars on ads. I will spend my time on organization, and I will make sure if you vote no on this, you never hold this position or any other position in this city again. I guarantee you that. So let's talk about cataclysmic development. Do you understand? Take the raise off this picture. Just take the raise out of it. Let's just say that you have to invest $180 million and you're going to unleash $6.5 billion. You're going to get matching funds from the state, more from the county, all to be spent in the city of Tampa, and you say no? You're incompetent. You are not qualified to be mayor. You are not qualified to hold your position anymore, and you must go. And you must go. If you cannot conceptually understand this and you're going to pander to these people that you're supposed to represent, this is not Greek democracy. What are you going to do? Put every vote to everybody? You're a representative. You are supposed to have the expertise to understand how to navigate these interests in the best interest of the people. If this is just too much for you, quit. Quit. You're not good enough for Tampa. You're not qualified for Tampa. You shouldn't hold this job again in Tampa. This is 10,000 jobs in the era of AI displacement. You don't understand that? 10,000 brick and mortar jobs. You don't understand that? Are you incapable of understanding that? Step down. You vote no on this? You need to step down. You vote no on this, you don't need to have this job no more. And I will fight with every bit of my body, every bit of my passion, make sure you don't have it.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go through the four because we came back from lunch to make sure people are not here. Armida, Mata, M-A-T-A, Jonathan Butler, Matesna, Tabitha H. Any of those folks present? Then we're going to move on. Okay, very good. Julie, start with your name, please.
Julie McGill. Hard to follow that, but second time I've done this. Okay, so I'm going to approach this from a different angle. We have a lot of people passionate about potholes, about their neighborhoods flooding. That's on one side. The other side, yes, we would love to have the raise. They belong in Tampa Bay. I agree. If we could meet in the middle somewhere, because right now what I'm seeing is, let's say I tell you I'm going to build you $1 million building, but I'm not going to give you the blueprints, the site plans, or anything else, and give me all my money up front. That's kind of where this one side is seeing it. We're basically talking about a stadium of that magnitude on the high end should be $1 billion. I find it kind of curious that's exactly what they're asking us to contribute. Why can't we flip that? If he has that money, let him build a stadium. We'll worry about getting the private industry in and the private infrastructure in. We'll market that for him. But I think we're never going to win this battle, and I think it's putting a whole lot on all of you. So maybe the thing would be to put it on the November ballot. The other thing is, if you do pass the MOU, which I assume is going to pass, ask those questions. Where's the blueprints? Where's the site plans? Where's the construction costs? Add it up. See if it comes to that much money. I'm a contractor. I don't see it. Also, I'm a real estate broker, so I'm also wondering, on a deal like this, why don't we ask for proof of funds? can we see the financials on this? I mean, it's not a guaranteed thing if we're building the stadium and relying on someone that's maybe getting loans to put the rest of the infrastructure in. That's just my thoughts. Hopefully, it'll go to the ballot and we can all vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see Joe Robinson's in the batting box. Joe Robinson's next, followed by Ken Babby, Elvis Piggott, Connie Burton, Pastor Williams, and Andy Scaglione. Joe Robinson, the real Joe Robinson.
Elmo, I got a slide. I got to put on the Elmo.
It's a wolf now, by the way.
Can you bring that up on the Elmo before I start?
It's up. You start, it'll come up there.
Okay.
Start with your name, please.
Joe Robinson. And let me just say this. As being a Tampa Sports Authority board member and on the finance committee, I must ask this question for Team Tampa. I don't expect to get an answer right now. What funds are left for Raymond James Stadium if this MOU passes City Council today? That's a question, and it cannot be answered today. You know why? Because we don't have 4 votes yet to go for an MOU that's non-binding. Once you pass the non-binding MOU, you can get all these questions asked. You will make the final decision. You are only determined, can we get to third base, Charlie? We're on second base right now. We got to get to third base, and then from that, once we have 4 votes, then we can get at a home plate. But this is just to get the conversation continuing. It's non-binding. Now, let's get back to business. I showed you an opportunity zone on this overlay. Those are billions of dollars that was used in the Atlanta Battery. They did the same thing with opportunity zones. The governor's going to approve this list. He's going to give that CRA to Drew Park and all that surrounding area, which includes the Tampa Bay Stadium. Even the Bucks might want to use this opportunity zone to get those reinvestment funds from the rich folks that have to pay capital gains tax. So don't throw the baby out with the bathwater today by voting no. Okay? Opportunity zone is how you're going to get additional money. And for those people that are worried about minority business, for those people that are worried about affordable housing, for those people that are worried about young people getting involved with jobs and educational opportunities, we have Rome Yard Community Benefit Agreement to show that it can be done. We have Gas Works that shows that we can get community benefits. That is where you put in what you want for young people, for minority business, for affordable housing, is in that community benefit agreement that they must have by the city ordinance dealing with CRAs. You have to have a community benefit agreement. And I can say that because I sit on the Community Benefit Advisory Council, and I'm trying to get reappointed again because I know a whole bunch about them. You don't want nobody that don't know what they're doing with all this big money and getting community benefits. So I'm asking for that. And I'm going to conclude that it'd be real nice if the Rays, Charlie, can get us a real baseball museum on this site. And we need one with all these people we got around here. I'm going to leave it at that. I hope God be with you. But remember, this is non-binding. It's just an opportunity to get to third base. You're not going to get home until you have community benefit agreement, financial agreement, and all of those questions you're asking that can only come after 4 votes today. Because you're not approving anything, but an opportunity to have a continuing discussion. And with that, I'm going to sit down because I done missed my meeting the last time.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Ken Babby, followed by Elvis Piggott, Connie Burton, Pastor Williams, Andy Scaglione.
Good afternoon, Ken Babby, CEO, Tampa Bay Rays, resident, Tampa, Florida. There's been so much energy in this room and throughout our community over these recent months. What we saw just yesterday, council members, is that our sistering governing body weighed a tough decision, debate, and made a decision to strongly move forward with a non-binding MOU to continue the conversation. Making a decision to continue a conversation in a generational opportunity for our community. We saw bipartisan support from all sides of the issue, all walks of life, saying yes to this generational moment to move a conversation forward. Just 3 hours later, we saw a unanimous vote by the Hillsborough College Board of Directors, unanimously deciding to move an opportunity forward not possible without an investment from the state, all caused by this opportunity. Tampa is a great American city. It's not that we're trying to become a great American city. We already are one. Great cities take bold actions and can invest in priorities and needs at the same time as taking on bold opportunities like we're talking about today. Our ownership group has said it, but I think it should be said again. We want to use baseball as a platform to make our community better. A work, live, learn, play development. In this room, what we're talking about today is an $80 million portion of an overall investment. An $80 million conversation with City Council. An $80 million conversation to drive $55 billion of economic impact and 11,900 jobs. We are on the cusp of making the largest community benefits agreement in the city of Tampa's history. Funds to invest in projects that we so desperately need throughout our community that would not be possible without this investment. Many people over recent days have asked me, what if City Council votes no to a non-binding MOU? And I think there are many folks in the room that have the same curiosity to that question. I phoned Commissioner Manfred last night, and I want to read to you what he said. This is from Major League Baseball Commissioner Robert D. Manfred. We are in the late innings of a very long game with the future of baseball in Tampa Bay hanging in the balance. We have faith in Tampa Bay as a major league city, and I hope that the City Council responds with a positive vote to this non-binding MOU. I will close with this. I urge you, on behalf of our fans, on behalf of our community, on behalf of our city and our ownership group, to move the non-binding MOU forward so we can simply continue a conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Okay, I don't believe I see any, nope, we don't applaud at City Council. Let's see, we've got Elvis, Connie, and Pastor Williams. I did not see them, and I understand that Tara has gone home. So Andy Scaglione, you're next. Followed by Bob Morrison, Allison Hewitt, and Bishop Michelle B. Patty. Andy, start with your name. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, good afternoon. Well, this Andy Joe Scaglione. This current deal that we have now is the largest, richest subsidy in the history of Major League Baseball. When you look at the land, the lease that was done yesterday, over 100 acres of land at $10 per month, 99 years with 4 10-year terms. It makes it one of the richest deals in the NFL. Major League Baseball. For the record, contrary to the Rays PR and lobbyist machine, I would be against this current deal, the financial terms of it, if it was in Ybor City, Channelside, any place. And actually, with the real estate holdings I have in the West Shore and Drew Park area, you would think I'd be for this, but I will never compromise my values. They never threatened to file a personal lawsuit. I wouldn't be surprised if one is filed because of the misrepresentations of the CIT, what it was supposed to be spent for. But personally, have never threatened that. Put that on the record. This funding, this CRA, I'm going to hit the 3 funding sources real quick. CRA, extending it to 2000 from 2037 with a 100-year bond. The city of Tampa general revenue will not receive anything for 30 years. So that will not help to pay our firefighters and our policemen for 30 years because they're going to bond the $100 million. On number 2, affordable housing. I see nothing here. On March 10th, 2026, Mr. Babby said that there'd be affordable housing. I've not seen no affordable housing. Raised, and we're committing 1,200 units across the bay. I don't see one unit being here, and we need 30 to 80% AMI for the people that work there, okay? We need the equivalent. I see nothing. They were gonna get a African museum, museum for $50 million. That's not, I've seen nothing to that standards. So that hits the CRA. The tourist tax, $303 million of that we have to also add another $300 million in interest. Now, what's that gonna do? That's gonna hurt that convention center. Real quick, I'm gonna hit CIT. CIT, this is gonna hurt the Bucks, our current partners, the Yankees, the Lightning, which are great partners. Transportation, roads, hurricane, property tax reform coming, and we could give, if we didn't give away this $80 million, we could build the nicest police and fire stations in the city, okay? So this is not a fair deal, and this should have gone on the ballot, and we still have time because August 10th is the deadline. Thank you very,
Thank you,
very
Andy.
much.
Bob Morrison, followed by Allison Hewitt. Good afternoon, Bob. Start with your name.
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, good afternoon. My name is Bob Morrison. I, of course, am a resident of Tampa, and I'm before you today in two capacities. Number one, as the executive director of Hillsborough County's Hotel and Motel Association. We represent, our members collect over 90% of all room revenue in Hillsborough County. I have to tell you that our board clearly and without reservation endorsed you moving forward with this non-binding MOU. Obviously, you might imagine we had some vested interests because the tourist tax is only paid by your hotel community, by hosting their out-of-town guests. Nor the taxpayers involved in that conversation, but yet we have been vigilant to make sure those dollars were spent where they could deliver a return on investment. I'm happy to stand before you today to tell you that we've done a preliminary evaluation. There's a gap in this community in terms of how we can maximize our capacity to tell our story. This stadium, designed properly, can deliver on that story. We believe that if done properly, and again, with you having the capacity to talk and listen and negotiate, there can be a win-win for this community as a whole, and as representing those hoteliers who have forgiven or walked away from profit, to partner with you on upgrades at Raymond James, to partner with you on upgrades and maintenance at Amalie, or now Benchmark Arena. We're here to stand before you today to say that we're prepared to stand with you, and we're prepared to see a check written from funds that 40 years ago, the board of this association came before this council, a mayor that was sitting next door, and the county commission to say, we're willing to put our checkbook, our profits, because we believe in this community that much. Finally, I was across the street in 1983 when, next door, when the CRA, the first CRA was created. All I'll say to you today in an advisory capacity is that this is the kind of project that was envisioned in 1983. This was a kind of negotiating opportunity we wanted to put the city in a position to undertake. Take the moment. We believe this is the moment.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
Allison Hewitt, followed by Bishop Michelle V. Petty. Thank you. Start with your name, please.
Allison Hewitt, third generation resident of East Tampa and business owner. I will hit the highlights of my memo here for you because everyone understands I've been here before you talking about developing and make sure it's equitably distributed. As my last memo at the workshop says, I am requesting that this public investment be structured as an equity and not a subsidy. If you like to know examples, I'd ask them to make sure that they talk to you about the Green Bay Packers Stadium as well as the Denver Union Station. Significant amount of TIF dollars was used in the Denver Union Station build. I also want to make sure that there is a strong anti-displacement protections because there is a perception that most of this is happening at HCC property. In those small businesses in Drew Park, they will potentially be taxed out of being there. There are small businesses that have been there. There's a car repair shop that's been there for over 38 years that I know several seniors in my community go there because they work with them to be able to fix their cars. I want to make sure too that the infrastructure improvements go beyond the stadium, to make sure that those businesses might finally get some sidewalks as well, and so make sure that the actual investment goes out to the other folks. Independent oversight structure recommended. As we have heard, the community benefits agreements sometimes are slow in moving and actually getting to the community. And number 5, equity must be considered across the Tampa communities. Over the last couple of years, we have asked for an extension for the East Tampa CRA, and the community has been told there's no appetite for that. That's not going to happen. But as I see in the MOU, there is a request for an extension. So if you're going to extend Drew Park CRA, you also know what we're doing in East Tampa is finally starting to move and improve, then East Tampa should be extended as well. So I want to make sure that as we have as much passion for the Rays, and I support the Rays, that we have the same amount of passion for the people who don't have billions of dollars. What's come before you and the people who are scared about their potholes and what's going to happen in their community is because we see this tsunami of energy to get things done and get things passed and get things moving with people who have money. And the people who come here and speak to you week after week, we still are coming week after week, but because we don't have a whole lot of money behind us, we can't get a lot of folks to come and make sure we have affordable housing, that we actually are doing 30%, 50% AMI. So as you are doing this, if you can make sure that you remember that Drew Park and the businesses out there needs to be protected as you move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. Bishop Michelle B. Patty, followed by C.T. Harris, and then Ashley Moreau.
Good afternoon. My name is Bishop Michelle B. Patty, but I'm standing in the gap for my deceased son, Byron Patty Sr., who was an outstanding baseball player at Robertson High School. He went on to Brandon High School. When he left Brandon, he had a scholarship. He went to North Florida for one year, and he played baseball. They gave him a scholarship because he was a great outfielder, and he was stolen bases. Also, he played for the American Legion. When he came back to Tampa, he played for Hillsborough Community College. He was waiting. He had received a letter to have a tryout with the Baltimore Orioles, but that didn't take place because he was murdered in 1993 at the age of 21 by a young man his own age who looked like him, who tried to rob him for a ring and $800 that I ended up with because Byron had hid the money. Byron's son was 8 months old when this took place. Never got to meet or know his father. And when Byron Jr. turned 17, he was murdered in East Tampa at the age of 17. So if Byron Sr. was standing here, he would tell you to bring the Rays on. He would tell you that it can make a difference in a child's life. He would tell you that it goes beyond being a baseball player. You can actually become a coach. You can become a staff member. But most of all, you can be a productive citizen, unlike the 2 young men that murdered them. My heart went out not just for us, but for those families that was tragically cut short because those 2 young men are doing life in prison right now. So you see, this is a lot more to me and my family, that we have opportunities for our young people. Last Friday, I was at the Yet Center filling in, trying to talk to the young people about the teenager takeover. I don't just talk the talk, I walk the walk. I was there trying to convince many of them that this is not the way to do things. We have to do things decent and in order. I hear a lot about jobs, I hear a lot about opportunity, but I want to make sure that if the Rays come here, that every dime go down to those that cannot speak for themselves, those that are not sitting at the table. No organization should get one dime without integrity, transparency, and an audit. So if we're gonna give money, let's make sure that it's given to those that look like the children that killed my son and grandson.
Thank you, Bishop. C. Harris, followed by Ashley Morrow, CT. And Brian Nathan would be after that. I know you know. Start with your name.
Right. Let me turn my light up really quick. Don't take my time now. Don't take my time. All right.
Do, 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 do. You got a young person standing right there next to you. Have her do it for you.
I know it, right? Okay. Good afternoon, Tampa City Council. My name is CT Harris. I brought my daughter up here with me today so she understands this momentum occasion and she understands our civic duty. Today, I want to speak not just about baseball, but about responsible growth, accountability, and the future of Tampa. The data shows us something important. Baseball can absolutely work in the South, but only when it's connected to intentional economic development, accessibility, entertainment, and community investment. We've seen that in Atlanta, when the Braves moved from Turner Field to Truist Park and created the Battery Atlanta, attendance increased because they built more than a stadium. They built an ecosystem, a destination, a place where businesses grew, people gathered, and economic activity expanded beyond game day. But we've also seen the opposite. The Tampa Bay Rays have historically struggled with attendance, even while being one of the better teams in Major League Baseball. So this council has a responsibility to ask the hard questions before committing nearly $180 million in public support. But what makes this work for Tampa, and more importantly, who does it work for? Because while this city discusses investing hundreds of millions into a stadium, budget season is approaching, and the people of Tampa do not want to hear next year that there is not enough money for fire stations, affordable housing, infrastructure, youth programming, flood mitigation, mental health resources, and the community investments we desperately need. We cannot overcompensate for one project while neglecting the everyday needs of the people who actually keep the city running. Now, we also cannot ignore transportation. If this project moves forward beyond this MOU, and I understand it is non-binding, but Tampa will now have 2 major stadium destinations within close proximity in our city. So what is the transportation plan? Because what good is a baseball beautiful new stadium if Tampanians are stuck sitting in traffic for hours trying to get there? I understand the state may contribute $150 million if this deal is approved locally, and that's important. But transportation remains one of the biggest challenges facing our city today. We cannot continue building for growth without building mobility, access, and infrastructure alongside it. I've attended the Rays games. The energy is truly electric. The community pride is real, but the question is, how do we make the community itself stronger through this investment? The people of Tampa elected each of you fair and square to represent what our best interests are, not to make decisions out of fear, pressure, or desperation, but with courage, strategy, and accountability. This means if the non-binding MOU goes through, we need to continue the conversations around the community benefits agreement, and that means real set-asides for Black contractors, minority-owned businesses, LGBTQ businesses, and women-owned businesses, and small local businesses that have historically been shut out of the major development. I'm not opposed to the MOU moving forward because I understand that it is non-binding, but I know that we the people do have a say-so, but I know that you all will make the best decision for the people. I'm confident we elected you. You represent us, so do what you know is best for the entire city and for Tampanians.
Thank you, CT. Thank you. Ashley Morrow, are you in the house? Ashley? Oh, there you are. I was looking out there for you.
Okay, I'm gonna be very brief. Hello, my name is Ashley Morrow, and I will be just sharing my stance on the MOU. I'm going to share something really quick. This is a statement by Elder Washington Thomas in 1881. Before I came here, the impression made about this place is quite different from what I find. The impression was that this place was so bad, a respectable colored person could not live here, but fortunately to my gratification, I find quite the reverse. I find the whites and the colors to be quite hospitable people. The immigration of northern people convinced me that Tampa is destined to be one of the first places in Florida. So I interpreted that as they were looking at this city as a place of a great destination, space of growth. And this MOU is non-binding. And I can see that there would be, or there is space for a lot of opportunity for local businesses. Black and brown communities can have funds for affordable housing, but we do need something in writing to make sure that it actually happens. I want you all to continue asking the good questions, because a lot of questions still need to be asked and answered, but we can't have those questions answered if we don't move forward. So I'm not really a sports, but I've never been to a game, honestly. But I am all about Tampa. I'm all about Black history, and I am all about preservation. So if money could go towards historic preservation, that would be amazing. I think Eileen Henderson sent you guys an email about that as well. So yeah, that's my piece. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Okay, it says Brian Nathan, but there's something missing on the name. I don't know who this Brian Nathan is.
Would he be a senator?
How did you mistyped your name or miswrote your name? Could you please say your full name, please?
My full name?
With
Brian
title,
Nathan.
with your title.
President of IBW 915.
And?
I'm state senator for District 14.
Thank you. Go ahead. Start with your
I
name,
actually
everybody knows.
am here today as the president of IBW 915 and a representative of the Gulf Coast Building and Construction Trades. My members and I, we are in favor of this MOU, but we also did see what happened in St. Petersburg. We were deeply involved with that process. And to echo what many people have said here today, one, this is non-binding, so I won't belabor that process anymore, but the structure of it is such that the council has off-ramps. After this MOU gets signed, hopefully, if you find something that you don't like, that doesn't serve the community, that the funding doesn't make sense, you have opportunities to ask for more, or eventually maybe even walk away if it comes to that, and I personally hope it doesn't. But beyond today, you do have an opportunity to make a difference, to make those decisions. But after today, if you vote no, that decision is done. I know the president of the Rays spoke, but without a yes vote, I don't see, and everybody else I've talked to doesn't see how this moves forward. So again, I would urge you to take the yes vote, ask those hard questions, ask for the community benefits agreement. As a wiser man than me said not too long ago, the cook is in the kitchen and the cake is being baked. Now's the time to get your ingredients into that cake. And I know everybody here is gonna have asks for you. I know the IBEW and the Gulf Coast Building Trades Council will as well, but you don't get to make those asks if you vote no today. So I will leave it there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Senator/Union brother. Hoyt Prendle, are you back? I think he left. Hoyt? Yeah. Susan, you gotta go make a living. Susan Brown, followed by Laura Lawson. Susan Brown? Or Braun? She left, okay. Laura Lawson? Laura? Okay. Yeah, Laura, if you're downstairs, come up and make yourself known. Oh gosh, Maritza, Mr. Astrakiza.
Oh, there's Laura.
Laura. There we go. Hi, Laura.
It was downstairs.
How many people are down there still?
Laura Lawson.
Okay.
Good afternoon, council members. So, y'all under a lot of pressure here for a non-binding agreement. Y'all notice that? That's what I'm noticing. And it's not non-binding if you're not willing to change your vote. So, I want to talk just for a minute about equity. Sales tax is the most regressive tax you can have. It hits people who work paycheck to paycheck harder than anybody else. It hits people who work minimum wage harder than anybody else. We're doing $440 million of that for this deal. People wonder why I'm skeptical about DeSantis and public assets. Sorry, I just ran up the stairs.
You're fine.
Here's a list, a nice list. Alligator Alcatraz, Miami-Dade College, New College, Secretive State Parks golf course deal, 4-acre parcel in Dalston. The painted over street art in my neighborhood. So, if we must build a stadium, leaders must take steps to protect the public and our assets. Forget the Rays timeline. They have a stadium in St. Petersburg to play ball. What I'm worried about is whether we're going to have a community college campus where my daughter can attend school. So no disruption. So we need to protect the college. We need to protect the tax collectors' assets and operations. No disruption of activities. No loss of classroom or lab space. No use of portables. Rebuild the college first. No loss of college programming. Nobody gets a brand new stadium until all affected have better facilities that truly serve them better as well. No students should be learning in portable trailers while bigwigs are partying in skyboxes. So I know it's going to pass today. That's what I believe. But I really hope some of you all will vote no, because I know they want it to be unanimous in the end. And that's going to give you the bargaining power to demand some of these things that I'm talking about. I wanted the community benefits agreement to come first. It should have come first. Where is it? I haven't seen a draft. Have any of you seen a draft? Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Maritza, followed by Carol Ann Bennett.
Okay, I'm Maritza Astor-Kiza. I am chair of the CAC for Drew Park. And one point I'd like to make is when some of these meetings are, very last minute and during the day when a lot of people in Drew Park are running their businesses and can't make it here. So I do want to say that nor Tallahassee, nor county commissioners, nor the city of Tampa have come to meet with us. And for that matter, neither have the Rays. We are important. We should be at the table. But what I hear today, and I hear in other meetings, and I hear the city and the county and what have you saying, our money is given away with no conversations with us. Our TIF money, before the CRA, it was 40 years before we had any capital improvements in Drew Park. We are spent out with all the projects we're doing, and we need more money for the continuing projects that are going on. But I find it so condescending that so many people are just willing to give our money away. It makes me think about, there was a time in our country when people's sweat and services and whatever they produced was just taken away without their consideration. And that's what it seems like to me. There has not been a community meeting. Maybe the community is for or against it. Right now, today, I can't say if we're for or against it as the chair of the CAC. I hear a lot of comments how easily, and people who are just talking about Drew Park, and they have no idea what's going on in Drew Park. But they're easily to give away our money without talking to us. Property taxes may go up. Is the county going to put, a stop so that, anything beyond we don't pay the moratorium on our taxes? I don't know. What about eminent domain? What is the protection for us not being displaced? I'm hearing communities, we're going to get this and we're going to get that in the hotels and the museums or whatever it is. I haven't heard anything for Drew Park. But I fault our elected officials. I fault our elected officials because our elected officials are giving away our money with no protection for us. I can't say if we're for or against it because I really can't. But I do expect our elected officials to protect us. Sounds good, right? Yeah, that's good. I'm glad, someone wants to build something. Good for them. We're capitalists.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Carol Ann Bennett, followed by Paige Newhouse, and that's the last person I have on the sign-in sheet. Paige will be our last public speaker. Carol Ann Bennett, start your name, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Carol Ann Bennett, lifelong Tampa resident. If you know what someone's going to do, look at what they've done. After just hearing the speaker before me, I think it's just shameful the way they've been treated, and I think it tells all of us a lot. When you're making the decision on how to spend the CRA money, I think channel side is the perfect cautionary tale.
Yes, some of the channel side money was used to benefit everyone, but once the slum and blight were eliminated, the CRA was used to pump money into the pockets of the wealthy by subsidizing developers and professional sports teams. When the increased population of Channelside made a new firehouse necessary, it wasn't the people who moved to Channelside who were asked to pay for it. It wasn't the developers or corporations that profited who were asked to pay for it. No. They wanted to raise property taxes so that all of the people who do not live in a CRA would pay for it. They expected the people who live in Wellswood and Seminole Heights and University Square and South Tampa to pay for it. I have no confidence that the increased money going into the Drew Park CRA will actually benefit the residents of Drew Park, because I have seen the Channelside CRA money used to subsidize the wealthy, and I just heard how they're being treated already. My husband and I are huge sports fans. We used to take our kids to Rays games every season, but we had to stop because we got priced out. For his 35th birthday, we wanted to treat our son to a Rays game. But when we went to buy tickets, we realized we couldn't justify spending that much money. We couldn't afford it because we're part of the 98%. And we, the 98%, need to make this decision. Not the 7 of you, not the 7 county commissioners, the 98%. The Bucs Stadium was on the ballot, and the Rays Stadium should also be on the ballot. We got shafted on the Bucs Stadium deal. But it is a lot easier for people to swallow that bitter pill because the citizens, I repeat, the citizens made the decision. We accepted the will of the majority. That is what needs to happen here. The people are hesitant to believe promises made to them. Voters agreed to extend the CIT tax partly based on promises that are now being broken. We were told the CIT money wouldn't be used for a stadium, and yet here we are. You can mince words and argue semantics all you want, but no matter how thin you slice it, it's still baloney. So the voters must have the opportunity to vote again, this time knowing how this money will be spent. Thank you.
Thank you. Paige Niehaus? Okay, well then I believe that's our last public speaker. Because, oh, here he comes. I don't know what's next, so.
Is Paige here? No?
Nope.
Okay. Okay, just to benefit of the doubt, is there somebody in the audience that expected to be called because their name was on a list and maybe they didn't? Hearing none? Okay, that concludes City Council and CRA comments. At this time, I will now pass the gavel back to Chair Nia Young.
Thank you. At this time, the Tampa Community Redevelopment Agency will now go into recess.
Okay. Very good. Okay. We're now going to take up item 58 on the agenda. I'd like to recognize Chief of Staff John Bennett. John, you want to pause for one moment while we let the lawyers do whatever they're doing? So it's not a distraction.
I'm actually waiting on the city attorney and the CFO to come back upstairs as well.
Okay. We'll tell by their breath whether they took the stairs. John, are you able to start with your presentation?
I am, sir.
Okay, ready, set,
sir.
go.
All right, good afternoon, John Bennett, Chief of Staff to actually both chairs, Chairman Clendenin, Chairwoman Young for the CRA, and of course our public that have been gathered here throughout the morning. A little preamble before I get into what I would call a short opening so we can get to the questions and answers from our council. You know, in 7 years within the administration, I've been at this table 3 times with a commitment to work hard with our stakeholders to try and keep the rays in the region, in the Tampa Bay region. And I've only had one thing that I started every conversation out with is, do you have a sense of community? And I said the same exact thing when I met the new owners. And I framed that a couple of weeks ago in our workshop, and I want to thank council for hosting a workshop. Of course, I also want to give credit to our colleagues in the county and of course the Tampa Sports Authority for being at the table with us with the Rays. And those two guardrails that I brought up still hold true. The first one, inside the sense of community, is to ensure that we do no harm to our level of service to the citizens of Tampa. And the second guardrail was to be a good neighbor to all of our other key partners and that especially use our public facilities. And as a stadium commander for many years at Raymond James Stadium, I understand the operations and all the capital and maintenance that goes into that. But this afternoon, it really is about the non-binding memorandum of understanding. And at some point, I'm going to ask the city attorney to read a specific section of that that actually goes beyond the non-binding element and makes it actually a stronger portion than just the non-binding MOU. So I'll ask him to do that shortly. So I want to make sure that the room knows that City Attorney Scott Steady is here alongside with me to answer questions, and our Chief Financial Officer, Dennis O'Hara, is here to help discuss some of the financial parameters in the proposed funding mix inside the non-binding MOU. Beyond the framework of do no harm and be a good neighbor, I also want to make sure that the two funding streams that have been discussed, the community investment tax and the Drew Park CRA, have been elements that were brought to us for discussion. These were not proposals that started from the city side. They were brought in and of course vetted for us for discussion. I also mentioned 2 weeks ago, I gave the analogy, not only the guardrails, but that we were in really 3 lanes of traffic. The first one was discussions. The second one was feasibility. I would argue we're still in those 2 lanes that we have yet to negotiate an agreement at this point, although this is a step in that right direction. The relationship between the city's capital improvement program and the community investment tax, for a little bit broader context, I want to point out that as we've seen in each budget year, the 5-year CIP is a non-linear event, meaning that it's weighted differently, and usually these project life cycles are somewhere between 4 and 7 years. So that gives us some elasticity in the process as we're vetting out the CIT as it relates to the capital improvement projects for the city. We have talked extensively about safeguarding that level of service, public safety, public works, parks and recreation. And we wanted to ensure that we brought something forward, at least in this frameable way at this point, at this juncture, that we can continue to negotiate with all of our stakeholders to make sure that this would be a win-win, equitable outcome for everybody if it's meant to be that way. So the final part, and I want to give credit to the Rays for agreeing to, one, the non-binding aspect of the MOU so we can keep working. And I also want to give credit that we were able to get into a non-bonding environment through this process, at least inside the MOU. So I thought those 2 things were critical. And I want to close this short opening with the fact about the CRA. The CRA came to us as a proposal financially, and what we did, and I want to credit our city attorney, Scott Steady, for bringing in the CRA attorney at the right juncture to discuss just the feasibility aspects. And I enjoy sitting in this room every council meeting, not just this one, to hear everybody's voice, because everybody's voice in this room, whether you're pro, con, or asking for accountability, makes it to the table with me through my copious note-taking. So that said, I hear about the CRA, I hear about the things that need to be done in there, and I also know that that advocacy and accountability has to come from a different level. The CRA attorney and then an advocate for the CRA to negotiate that element. And Mr. Cedric McCray is here as well to make sure those questions could be answered. So with that, again, to council and to the public, we have our chief financial officer and our city attorney here, and we want to be brief so we can open it up for questions.
Okay, pause for 1 second. Councilwoman Hurtak.
I just have a procedural question.
Sure.
This is going to be about the 80 million for the CIT, correct? We're going to discuss the CRA 100 million under that. That was my understanding.
Well, I think this is about the raised MOU, so everything is contained in the MOU. Everything is in that MOU can be discussed during the session. The action taken will be taken solely as city council, and then after city council dispenses of this, we may, if it is passed by council, we will then reconvene CRA for it to be dispensed through CRA. But right now, everything that's in the MOU, the way it was issued is item 58, the administrative update is the whole MOU is on the table. But again, all those items, this is all non-binding and pending, nothing's finalized.
Well, because I asked Councilwoman Young's office yesterday, and she said that we would do the exact same 5-minute, 3-minute in the CRA portion of this meeting as well.
I will leave that up to Councilwoman Young. So
I'm sorry.
So this is, okay, again, so right now, we're only convened, CRA is recessed. The only meeting happening right now is Tampa City Council. So Tampa City Council, we will go through our procedures of the 5 minutes, one round, and 3 minutes the next round. Once that's done, we will take, once everybody's finished and satisfied they have the answers, City Council will take a vote.
Okay.
If it prevails, if it receives 4 votes and prevails, then we will reconvene CRA to also go through the same type of process.
Okay.
So we're gonna have 2 separate meetings.
Okay, that's what I thought. I
Okay,
just,
yeah.
it didn't sound that way, and I just wanted to be sure. So thank you.
Okay, Councilman Miranda, did you want to speak
Yeah,
before
I
we
just
get
want to say
to?
something because it's going in my mind that I'm not saying anything is wrong, but I remember speaking to the administration way back when they were going to build on Channel Side. Am I correct? They were going to build the Channel Side, or they wanted to look at it Channel Side? And all we talked about was infrastructure for $50 million. And I said, I'm fine with that. All of a sudden, now it's $1 billion.
Councilman Miranda, could we?
I know, but
we're
I had
not
to
there-
get
we're
it
not-
out because I don't want to confuse the public.
We're not there yet.
Well, I am.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I could, just, again, I understand the question and answer period, but.
We're not there yet either. We're gonna let
No,
you guys
I understand.
finish.
I wanted the city attorney to mention the part about the non-binding
Yeah.
and the specificity on that.
Yeah, so
thank
from
you.
now on, so if we withhold the questions and answers until they finish their presentation, then we'll
Can I
get
ask
to
a
that.
process question though?
Process question, yes.
We have an MOU here in front of us, and we're supposed to react to the document. But my question is, what was the role of city council? I'm not allowed to talk to my colleagues outside of this meeting, but at the county, I had extensive conversations with several of the county commissioners and also the county attorney. At the county, each of the county commissioners had a meeting, some of them months ago. They were consulted multiple times, and they provided input into the MOU.
Councilman Cross, can you hold off on that until we finish this portion, and then we'll get right back to that?
I think
I'll
it's
recognize you first.
material to the whole thing. My question is, I was not contacted until the MOU was presented on Friday, and I was out of town and not able to present, but I presume I was going to be sold on the idea. The question I have is, was city council involved at all? And then I'll ask the same question of the CRA, because the CRA is a separate legal entity. The staff of the CRA was not involved at all, and to my knowledge, the CRA board was not involved at all in the MOU. So my question is this only a product of the administration, or was city council or the CRA board at all involved in it?
Chairman, member City Council, Scott Steady, City
Go
Attorney.
go ahead.
Would you like me to answer that?
Go ahead,
I mean, I
yes.
think it reflects the difference in the nature of this county commission and how the county commission is run in the city. And the answer to your question is the administration's been negotiating it. The attorney for the CRA was brought in, but neither the city council nor the CRA board was involved in the negotiations.
But you agree that the CRA is a separate
Yes.
organization?
Yes.
And similar to the county, the CRA board, which has its own executive director, we happen to outsource staff to the city, but the CRA, as one of the 3 signers of this, should have been the CRA board, the governing body of that board. There's no executive, the mayor's not involved in the CRA at all, and the CRA, in fact, is providing more money in the MOU than the city is, but the CRA board was not consulted.
Okay, let's pause for a moment, because what's happening now, the way this procedure is supposed to work out is that we were going to go into council question and answers, and each one get 5 minutes.
I'm trying to determine if city council was involved, and I just wasn't invited, that's one thing, but if not, nobody else was involved either. And even though we're not, the city is not like the county, a collaborative administration would have called all of us and got us to buy into it in advance. Instead, we found out about it on Friday. Thank you.
Okay.
So-
Okay, would you like to continue?
Yeah, just if I may, because John asked me to read this. This is at the end of the preamble. Notwithstanding this MOU is non-binding and shall be subject to the approval of the project agreements by the parties in their sole and absolute discretion. So it's not just non-binding. We have your sole and absolute discretion to approve, if you approve the final documents, if you approve this MOU. So
Okay.
just want to make that clear.
Okay, and does that complete the presentation? Okay.
Yeah, at this
Okay,
point,
so
yes.
at this point in the, per our agreement on the procedures, council will go into a Q&A period of time. Each council person on the first round is afforded 5 minutes. The timer will start when you begin to talk. It includes questions and answers for 5 minutes. If we go into round 2, you'll get 3 minutes, and then we'll have another discussion of whether we're going to have round 3. So,
Question on the rule, if I may, sir.
Councilman Viera on
Yes, sir.
procedural.
Yes, sir, thank you, sir. And does that include state, because I don't have staff's probably sick of me. I don't have a ton of public questions.
Just
I
staff.
certainly, just thoughts, and I know, hey, thank you. Very, very funny. But does that include statements as well, I would assume?
Yes, so
Okay, thank you, sir.
you may use your 5 minutes as you see fit. You can use it as statements, or you can use it as question and answers. You are entitled to 5 minutes, and 5 minutes only on the first round. Who would like, does anybody have any questions and answers they would like? Councilman Carlson.
I would, going back to my question, again, if you're trying to get the community and the governing bodies to buy in, the collaborative way to do it, like the county did, is to get the body involved in the discussion. I had very good conversations with the Rays. Also, somebody, either the city or county, shut down some of the ideas. I didn't present all my ideas to them, but the ideas that I put in there to try to protect the public, the Rays were okay with it, but somebody at the city or county said no. So why was city council, and especially the CRA board, not involved in this at all? Why did we just find out on Friday? Because it almost looks like a political setup that we find out at the last minute, and then you guys put us on the spot to say yes or no. And I'm not talking to you, Mr. Steady, but the administration tends to put city council in this situation. The CRA is a separate legal entity altogether. The CRA board is being asked to provide more money than the city. The CRA board should have been deeply involved in it. There are a lot of protections for the public that would benefit the Rays and the public that could have been put in, but I guess the administration didn't want to listen to them.
Okay, I guess I'll just acknowledge your comment. I mean, we tried best we could to negotiate the MOU. I brought CRA counsel in, that was mentioned a couple of weeks ago. I basically acknowledged how the CRA is structured, but how this unfolded. We tried to best protect the city and the CRA as we could, and I will mention that the CRA is unique within the project, and that there's numerous conditions before any $100 million bond could even possibly be issued. So not only is it non-binding as to the city and the CRA, working with your council, the CRA's council, there's just numerous caveats and conditions that have to be addressed. So it suggests that there's $100 million, but there's a long way to go before that could ever be realized.
The other thing before I run out of time, a year or two ago, we as a CRA board tried to open the discussion to the county on the interlocal agreement so that we could add, again, more protections for the public across the board on the CRAs. The administration said, no, absolutely not, they would not. Even though the CRA is a separate board, they would not let us open up the conversations. But yet, in this agreement, it opens up the conversation again and says we want to renegotiate the interlocal agreement. Right. So why has the administration changed its point of view on that?
Actually, I don't have the historical knowledge on that. I just know that's part of the discussions to effectuate this deal if it's possible. And I'll comment just being involved in this, what also transpired that it's unique is if it moved forward with the CRA funding, the county has said that they would contribute their 20%. So things evolved as we discussed.
But if we're going to open up the interlocal agreement, which the administration was against just a couple years ago, there are all kinds of safeguards we could put in for the public across the board that don't exist right now, but they seem to be only focused on this one instead of protecting all the other areas of the city that also have CRAs.
Well, I will comment. There's been discussion about East Tampa as well. If we look into moving forward with the Drew Park CRA, but there's a lot of work to be done.
Is that you done? Okay, Councilwoman Young.
So I don't really have questions, more just statement. So I purposely wanted to write this down because I wanted to be sure that I was very clear and concise and thorough with my thoughts. So I want to articulate a few matters of great importance to me, to District 5, and to, I believe, this council generally. First, I want to be clear on what this vote is and what it is not. What we have in front of us is a non-binding memorandum of understanding. With that being said, for me, this is not simply about baseball. This is about community impact and an opportunity to meet some of the real long-standing needs of communities in District 5. This is not a vote for a stadium for me. This is a vote to engage in an intentional, transparent discussion about a potential opportunity. Now, while this proposal may be non-binding, I want to be very clear that my expectations moving forward are not. First, in addition to the community benefits that have been discussed during the community meetings, there are some outcomes I'm looking for to benefit the district, but also city residents. Truly affordable and attainable housing, clear definitions of those AMI levels, and housing for students and constituents 80% and below. Housing that allows people to genuinely live, work, and play in the community. Quality jobs, equitable and sustainable employment opportunities that provide a living wage for residents and our youth and returning citizens. Equitable investment. As we discuss the possibility of CRA extensions, I would ask that you consider the East Tampa CRA in those discussions as well. Opportunities for our small, local, and minority businesses. Expansion of our youth sports infrastructure, including, but not limited to, Little League fields and programs, softball opportunities for our young women, mentoring opportunities, and apprenticeships opportunities. Also, accessibility, because everyone should have the opportunity to attend a baseball game. Secondly, in terms of our commitment to transparency and communities having voice in these processes, I believe that conversation matters, and I'm willing to explore whether this opportunity can work, but only with absolute clarity, transparency, and accountability. To my constituents, both for and against, please know that I hear you. I have heard directly from the community on all sides. I'm listening closely to all of your concerns and feedback, and I have shared them with the potential partners. To all involved in this, these voices must not be lost or ignored. And I also want to emphasize that shutting down discussion without engagement is just as harmful as moving forward without any safeguards. Next, before anything moves forward, I believe there are some key questions and concerns that must be answered for this council and the public. What impact will the exemption of property taxes have on this project? The major capital improvement needs cannot be offset or sacrificed. Promises to upgrade parks, housing, and community investment must be backed by enforceable commitments and timelines. Genuine accountability and strong protections must be built in. Just saying we'll take care of it is not good enough. We need concrete commitments. Anti-displacement strategies must be a part of this discussion. To be clear, I am not saying I am voting in favor of a baseball stadium. What I am saying is that I'm willing to continue the conversation and fully unpack the possibilities. I am voting for what this opportunity could mean for my district, the city, and for our young people, present and future. In closing, I believe there is a message for us and for the city of Tampa in all of this. Let this moment serve as a reminder that years of deferred maintenance and capital improvements that is citywide for all, and a history of unfulfilled promises to communities have left us with limited options, lowered public confidence in our will to do good, and increased pressure when opportunities such as this arrive. We can and we must do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Vieira.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for those remarks, Councilwoman Young. I'm very sympathetic to them. But I got a lot of thoughts. I wish we had more time than 5 minutes, but that's the nature of the game, right? I've said this before up here. I say it all the time at mediations, which is there's things in life that are black and white, right and wrong, end of story, and then there's gray in life where you have to judge whether or not the good outweighs the bad. This, to me, is one of those instances where there is gray. There are legitimate concerns on the part of people who oppose this, whether philosophically or in terms of the substantive proposal before us and how it'll move forward and all that kind of good stuff. I think that anybody who says that folks who oppose this, whether stopping right now or eventually based upon philosophical issues, that they have no reasons whatsoever to do that are entirely wrong. There are, again, some legitimate concerns. There are legitimate concerns that I obviously acknowledge, but to me, the good far outweighs the bad in terms of moving forward at this time. It clearly does to me. There's a level by which you have to take a look at our vote today. The analysis, the level of scrutiny, et cetera. One word is reasonableness. Is it reasonable to stop right now and say, to quote Willie Nelson, turn out the lights, the party's over, we're not going to be talking anymore, we're walking away, we're going to burn the bridge, we don't want to talk about it anymore? Why would we do that? Why would we do that? Again, is it reasonable to do it now? To me, that is the issue. Now, if you have a philosophical issue at hand, then that's a dispositive issue, which just ends it right now. I don't. So for me, reasonableness mandates that we continue to go forward. I want to emphasize, this is not permanent. This is, now mind you, people who go, oh, this is not a big deal. No, this is a very big deal. It's a very, very big step, right? But it's not permanent. Like I've said before, it's the 10 suggestions, not the 10 commandments. We're not getting married. We're dating. Maybe we'll move in. Okay, I guess we're moving in right now to see how we live together, but we're not getting married today, right? Again, this is a very big step, so to speak. My message to folks is to have courage. You can have courage and vote yes. You can have courage and vote no today. But whatever you do today, make it courageous. Make it something that you're doing based upon what is right. Somebody, I think it was Ms. Pointer, says something, which is that people who vote for this are going to lose votes. I believe that. Maybe I'm wrong. I believe that. But I'm willing to take that chance because I think it's the right thing to do. You can have courage and say, I'm going to vote no, and stand up to all the folks that came here and people who say that I'm coming after you, or whatever that gentleman said, right? That takes a level of courage. I acknowledge that. But whatever you do, make it from your heart. I always say this about being in public office. There are a lot of votes that you're going to catch hell on. You're going to get into a lot of trouble with people. So make it for what you believe in your heart. Because when you start getting those emails, when you start getting those text messages, you start getting those phone calls, you start getting some of those tags on Facebook, and I saw some very obnoxious ones that took some deeply personal hits against some county commissioners yesterday that were very personal. Make it for what you believe in. Because if you vote for something based upon pressure, when you take the hits, then you're going to feel this big, okay? So do it for what you think is right. You take a look at some of the other big steps we've had here in our community, things like the Bucks, things like the Lightning, things like the Aquarium, things like Channelside, things like generation after generation not giving up on Ybor City, things like Councilman Miranda, who I have a philosophical disagreement with and I respect the heck out of, and it's such a pleasure to serve in a time with him where he dresses all in black because of the legend of it. But he's talked about the Straz, the Tampa Theater, again, all big votes, but where people decided to not walk away. And it would be so unreasonable right now to walk away. This is a very, very big vision we're talking about now. And the issue is it reasonable to walk away from any further discussions on that large vision? We've talked a lot about public safety. When I began with the Rays, I told them if the everyday firefighters and the everyday cops oppose this, you're going to have a hard time getting me. Okay, because public safety is issue number one. Not just are they not neutral, but they're actually supporting this. That's certainly something that I think goes a very long way. There are a lot of concerns I want to talk about, which is public safety, turning that from a promise into something binding. 8CC, making sure that we get there. Housing, affordable housing. Councilwoman Young, I think, did a great job on that. Talking about what my good buddy Joe Greco talked about with regards to ticket surcharge, revenue sharing, cost of living, the middle class being priced out of Tampa, and community benefits agreement, talking about apprenticeships and local hiring. We got to get involved in that. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Vieira. Councilman Miranda? Well, I'm
Well,
just,
thank you very much. You know, I'm a little different. If I gotta say something, I say it right up front. I don't waste time. I don't care about the MOU. I don't care where it's going. I say it up front. And I told the Rays up front where I was at. And I told them why I was up front and told that. However, let me look at page 10 here on number 1, public funding for a new ballpark project budget. The public contribution amount shall not exceed the public cap. It is intended that the parties of the public contribution amount will not be decreased, period. So that means if you don't have the money, you still gotta pay for it. That's us, the city. That's you, the taxpayers. So then I'm looking back and you look at it, and it says 360 million in community investment tax, CIT, which should have never been used in anything because it wasn't passed for that. However, this, and then it says 4 annual installments in amount to be agreed between the county and the owners of the developing fund, which is them, and the CIT is us. Money is us, and the county and the rest. So that's 90 million a year times 4, 360 million, whether you have it or not. Because it says here, no decrease. When you go under and you see the city $80 million or $20 million a year, the same damn thing. Either I have the money or I don't have the money, I still got to find it. Now, the pipe program in the city went down. You know why? Because we're paying $1.5 million for a mile to put it up to make sure that the pipes for the next 100 years will be there. Guess what? Now it's $4.5 million a mile, and we had to stop it. So my aide is going to give you a distribution of something, and then I'll get to something else because I've got so many things to talk about. This here is AI on what we have here on my right. AI is the thing that everybody's looking at. I do not do computers. I had a friend of mine do it because everything I have in my mind is by memorized. You may not believe that, but that's how it works. You can go to the office, have a computer, all I got is stickies on it, so I don't have to look at it. But what I'm saying is that is large public, and this is what AI says, large public subsidies, opportunity costs. The city will contribute up to 80 million in CIT revenue. The total contribution may reach hundreds of millions when county, CRA, TDT, and bond components are included. This money is then unavailable for road drainage, housing, public parks, special projects, and capital needs. That's wonderful. Second, taxpayers' repayment risk. The agreement anticipates public bonding, including TDT and CRA bonds, even as described in non-recourse. Taxpayers will face practical risk if the project revenues underperform, bonds become unmarketable, and the project needs replacement funding. That's a wonderful to do. CRA and tax, and this is AI, not I. AI increment division. CRA tax increments revenue could be otherwise supported broader. Drew Park redevelopment may be pledged to ballpark related improvements, narrowing future flexibility. Now, that's wonderful for the taxpayers. Long-term control of use constraints. The county would own the ballpark, but the Rays will receive a long-term agreement, 35 years plus 5 years extension. That limits public control over a publicly funded asset. That's wonderful for the public. And this is AI, not I. Cost overruns and enforcement risk. The agreement says Rays Stadium entity is responsible for cost overruns, but public entities will face scheduling, litigation, financing, and too big to fail pressure if the project stalls. That's wonderful. Tax consequences. The agreement complicates tax-exempt and taxable bonds, CRA increment financing, TDT tourist tax revenue, CIT sales tax revenue, possibly property tax treatment and issues, and a potential relocation of leasehold rights to preserve tax increment. Public use areas are expressly subject to ad valorem taxation, but public use, private use classification create disputes. And this is what is everything is talking about, the whole world, how AI is great. All I did was put the unit in, this what came out. I didn't do it, somebody did it for me. So when I look at these things, and I keep looking at it, and I keep looking at what the results are, and I look at the numbers on attendance, I look at the numbers on revenue, they either have a lot of money stashed away or they don't have no money at all. And I have no disagreement other than that. That's why I told Mr. Babby way ahead, I would not support this. And by the way, I have never supported any other attacks at the Ray J or at Amity Arena.
Thank you. Okay, flip a coin, who wants to go?
Thank you very much. So I appreciate the Rays and everything. You know, they're a wonderful organization. The best part of the Rays are the fans. You know, we will just agree on that. This MOU is historical. I've been here, I'm born and raised here, and I've seen Tampa change. I remember the old Tampa Stadium as a kid or a teenager reading the discussion on the original CIT going for Raymond James, and the whole discussion of the Rays, the Bucks leaving or the Bucks staying and all that debacle. So 30 years later, here we are again. In 2024, the CIT came up for renewal, and there was a discussion at the County Commission about how that money would be used. And I was one of the supporters of it, telling people, just renew it. It's business as usual. Your taxes aren't going to go up. The percentage is going to stay the same, and that's where we are. Looking at this MOU, the one piece of heartburn that I get from it is the $80 million in CIT financing, or CIT contribution by the city of Tampa shall not exceed $80 million of CIT. Although this is a non-binding MOU, and everybody says non-binding, we can walk away at any time. If we approve this, it's like giving somebody an engagement ring. You give somebody an engagement ring, you plan on marrying that person. You made some kind of reference, something. We're dating right now. When you give an engagement ring, you're committed. When I proposed to my wife, I was committed, and I'm married now. So my biggest thing is, why do we need to contribute the $80 million in CIT? Yes, it goes to, not the stadium, not a ballpark, the infrastructure. But it's a county facility. Yes, we are the county seat. Tampa is central. That's what bothers me, is the $80 million, because when it was proposed to the people for renewal, we were very specific in saying, it's not going to go to a stadium. No. And then they changed it to public facility. And then they had to get a legal opinion of what public facility could be. To me, public facility is the Riverwalk or one of our community centers. But this is a stadium that you have to pay to get into. We can't walk into Raymond James and have a picnic on the field or sit in the stands and take photos. The CIT, what concerns me is, and why it's just $80 million in the grand scheme of $2.3 billion. They're talking about property tax reform. They're talking about the sales tax not being collected on commercial leases. We've taken a hit on that. We don't know what kind of hit we're going to take on the property tax reform. Is it going to be another homestead exemption? Is it going to be an exemption for seniors that are homesteaded? I don't know. But whatever it is, should it pass and should it come down to us, we are going to lose money. And when we have budget discussions up here and we talk about, well, we need to move money around, and we need 100,000 here. Well, where are you going to get the money from? Or 50,000 here. Where are you going to get the money from? On small amounts and small increments. That's why I go back to why the CIT is so precious, and why I told people it's business as usual should you go to renew this, because it's a lifeline. The CIT is so broad that it goes to public safety. You can build a fire station. You can buy police cars. You can pave roads. So in my time on city council, the complaints or the requests that I get of constituents are, when are we going to get our roads paved? When am I going to get a sidewalk? You know, hey, we need more of a police, new police cars, or we need more of a fire presence. Whatever it is, those are the complaints I get. Or even as simple as, can I get a speed bump on my street? And my response for years was, we don't have the money for it. We don't have the money for a speed bump, but it's 80 million very precious and very important dollars. That's the speed bump in the road for me. You know, it says shall not exceed. Why can't this agreement be amended, or a commitment saying, you know what, we'll leave the CIT. We'll go to the state for more money. We'll put in more private dollars. When we had our workshop, Mr. Babby, who is wonderful, said the stadium is going to, the ballpark's going to be $2.3 billion. The raise will cover the overage. If it's 2.6 billion, I believe was the number, the raise will cover the overage. What is $80 million? Because at the end of the day, I need to face my constituents and the taxpayers, and when they go, Guido, I've been waiting years to get my road paved, or I've been waiting years for this, well, you're going to have to wait a little bit longer. But then they're going to ask me, but you weren't hesitant in giving $80 million paid over 4 years at $20 million to a private organization. Yes. Will it bring benefits to the city? Fine. And I'll just wrap up with this. Why can't it be reimbursable? Reimbursable over a period of time. Anything.
That's it.
And that's it. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Okay. This is the MOU or the memorandum that was set out on June 4th, 2024. Investment tax renewal. At the bottom, it clearly says, the funds projected or proposed for Raymond James Stadium and Amalie Arena at the time may only be spent on capital maintenance and repair and not on new structures or facilities. Very clear. Next. So, nope, I don't want that one. So I did the work for y'all. I got the list of the projected projects. It's right here. Guess what we're supposed to do this year? Yellow Jackets improvements, Burrell Park renovation, Gadsden Park improvements, a new MacDill Air Force access improvements on Inner Bay. These are the brand new things. And then we have the usual stuff, police and fire boats. And then so you go down at the very bottom. Yesterday from the CFO, I got the projected CIT revenue. I have copies for all y'all. $35 million next year. $20 million for the raise gives us $15 million. And since there's $28,800,000 worth of projects, we're gonna have to defer all that. All that stuff we promised. Ms. Sharf, if you could put the picture on. We have fought to get the Yellow Jackets what we didn't get them in the West Tampa project. We fought for this. So what you're telling them is we're gonna have to choose between police and fire and them. Thank you. Next. So I also did some research. There is a economist, an economics professor at Kennesaw State University. No, go back. Sorry, you're right. J.C. Bradbury. He is writing a book that comes out this summer called This One Will Be Different: False Promises and Fiscal Realities of Publicly Funded Stadiums. He's a huge baseball fan up in Atlanta. So the Cobb County gave $300 million to build Truist Park in Georgia. It was funded by a combination of property, hotel, and rental car taxes. Unfortunately, it hasn't been a boon for taxpayers. The gains have been far too small to cover the county's debt service and other funding obligations, generating an annual loss of around $15 million. And what spending may be imported into Cobb happens only during the baseball season. They have not been a year-round attraction. Purchases within the surrounding district largely come at the expense of other off-campus area businesses. And that is exactly what I heard when going to these meetings. Our local businesses said, we don't want our business to be taken away by the raise. We want it to augment, and that is not what we're seeing. The fundamental principle that guides my vote here today is being straight with the citizens of Tampa. When the citizens of this city voted to approve the CIT, they were told why the tax was needed, what their tax dollars would be used for, and to gain their votes, they were told that the money would not be used on a new stadium. If CIT funds are to be used on a new stadium, that should be put to a vote by the citizens of Tampa. And if and when that referendum is on the ballot, we owe it to the citizens to make sure that the deal they are voting on is the best deal that can be made for our city, not a rushed deal. Major League Baseball is big business with a lot of bargaining power, but the city has a lot of bargaining power too, and the city should use that power and should not be afraid to slow things down to negotiate and bring the best deal possible to the people. I'm going to go back to Councilman Carlson's point. Council's had no say in these negotiations at all. We've had no say about this $80 million. We've had no say about the city's use of $100 million, or the CRA's use. There is no EBO office anymore, y'all. We took that out 2 weeks ago. We will not be able to mandate women-owned minority business be used at all. We can't require unions to be used at all. The state has preempted us from all of these things. We have no options to request those items that they say are going to be a part of this. I'll save more for later.
My turn. One, I did not have Charlie Miranda using AI on my bingo card today. That was a surprise. A couple of things. One, I've been quoted as saying this is not about stadium construction, it's about city building. And you have an area of the city of Tampa that has long been neglected. Anybody, even from the highest profile area of driving up a major roadway, Del Mabry Highway, when you look, you see a sea of, grass-ridden parking lots, and then you go further north, you see abandoned buildings and, businesses that once thrived that are no longer thriving. Any of you that are brave enough to venture into Drew Park, you see some very interesting types of businesses mixed into that group of adult type of establishments, which is not necessarily, not family oriented and whatnot. So, what about the CIT? Why doesn't Drew Park deserve infrastructure? Why doesn't this Drew Park deserve an investment from the city of Tampa that other areas of the city of Tampa has? Drew Park deserves it just like downtown, Channelside, Ybor City, East Tampa, any of our other CRAs. So I'm kind of, and I know it's not heavily populated, but there are citizens and people that live there. There's business owners that live up there that deserve better than what they're currently getting from the city of Tampa. And as we heard from a member in public comment today, this is precisely the type of construction project that brings that to this area that has long been neglected. And I mean, I think if we were talking about dropping this somewhere in East Tampa, people would be cheering this, because how many times does Valerie come up and Connie and talk about, let's bring jobs to our youth, let's create job generation, let's give people opportunity. This is exactly what this is doing. It is job creation. It's providing opportunities for people. If we're not a catalyst for this type of industry, we just flatline. We're never going to get any better than we are today. And that's just a fact. Density equals opportunity. One thing I'll tell you that I don't care for urban sprawl. We have the expansion of urban service area into the county time and time again. We're losing agricultural land. We're losing environmental sensitive land. We have to be able to create density to be able to salvage these lands. Our critical water supply, reducing the amount of car time people are in cars. That's why we have to find places in the city. Well, South Tampa's full. We're not building density there, right? So we have to find places in the city where we can build density. If not here, where? This is a great place for density, to be able to build things out. Again, the stadium is going to be only a small portion of 120 acres. And it's not just the 120 acres. This type of project is going to percolate into that Drew Park CRA. I mean, it's ripe for this happening. And we can have a thriving community in Drew Park, which doesn't now exist. This is city building in its finest example. And it is the right project in the right place. We know how to move people in and out. You heard from the airport director, his goal, which I share, and I know the members of council up here share, about facilitating transportation. We build this density in there, we create a sports stadium district. We're not just talking about the handful of games that Raymond James Stadium operates with, even the most successful stadium in the world, it sits mostly as a big empty concrete structure most of the year. You tie that with spring training in the giant Steinbrenner Field, you tie it with the amount of activation of what the proposal of how many baseball games there are a year, concerts, this inside venue, you're talking about a year-long activation in one area. That's going to support transportation. It's going to support year-round jobs. It's going to support a community, and it is going to be a focal point that people will look back and say, damn, what did we do here? This is a fantastic project. It is going to be a world-class facility. It's going to be a world-class destination. We are going to use some CIT money, by the way, to improve Raymond James Stadium, and that is what's intended right from the beginning. So saying that CIT was not for stadiums, that is absolutely incorrect. It was intended from day one, and it's in there that we use it for infrastructure and improvements and maintenance on those facilities. So there we go. I don't believe that it's the city's intention to use the CIT for new construction maintenance, but we're going to use it for infrastructure. They deserve Drew Park sidewalks. They do bike lanes, all the things that come with this, good water supply, good sewage, and flood control in Drew Park. Thank you. Okay, round 3. Who wants to start? I'm sorry, round 2. Councilman Miranda.
I'm just going to talk about Drew Park also. Drew Park is very involved in what the city of Tampa needs. We've lost all our industrial area where people can work, play, and live. Drew Park is just that. It gives the people a chance to have a business. It is the only industrial area left in the city. You don't believe me? Go see the Planning Commission. Ask them. Creates more jobs there than more likely by square mile any place in the city of Tampa. Because it's industry that people need, manufacturing, can companies, people that make different types of flavor for your food. They have automobile repairs. They have a junkyard there even, where people take their cars and get junked and sold out. And it's businesses that create jobs for the people that make a living that we have lost in the city of Tampa. Not everybody can be a lawyer, not everybody can be a doctor, or anybody can be a ball player or elected official, politician, whatever you want to call us. But Drew Park is something very unique for the city, and it used to be an air base way back in the 40s, during the Second World War. And it's a place where it needs to maintain itself as what it is for as long as it can, because creating more jobs per square mile than any place in the city of Tampa in that type of business. Thank you very much.
Okay. Councilman Maniscalco.
Thank you very much. So going back to the CIT, yes, this is a non-binding MOU, but it says the city agrees to contribute an amount not to exceed $80 million of CIT. My concern is that we approve this today, and then it comes back for a vote, because this came very quickly. This came on a Thursday afternoon at lunchtime that something was coming, right? And I spent every day since looking at this. What concerns me is we approve this today, and then there's some agreement. First I heard it was going to be 60, 90 days away. I said, we're not going to hear this till July or August. And then here it is. But that we get some kind of agreement that says, well, we need to approve the $80 million in CIT. Not to exceed. Oh, we'll work on that. We'll negotiate. Well, you showed your cards and the city said 80 million. We're going to go for that 80 million. That's what concerns me is if it's a yes vote today, how do you then change your vote later and say, you know what, I disagree with this part and that part. This was negotiated within the parties, without city council. I wasn't approached and asked, well, what do you think? What's going to get you to yes? I saw that on county commission, on the county commission side with Lithia Pinecrest, $100 million from the state. Something came, which is wonderful, great. But on this end, it's just, if I were to have been asked, or the city council members would have been a part of this, what's going to get you to yes? What do you need to do? How do I face the taxpayers and the voters? And I tell them, well, we're going to have to defer, cut, delay, because we promised this $20 million a year over 4 years. And we have to put these other projects that you've been waiting for, on the back burner for.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hertog.
I'm gonna feed off of what Councilmember Maniscalco said again. If the administration or the Rays had come to us and to ask us about the $100 million from the CRA or the $80 million from the CIT, they would have heard our concerns and brought us a deal we could approve. When I first sat down with the Rays, I expressed immediately, in fact, I'm pretty sure it was the first thing I said, that I would rather see this as a TIF district or a CDD instead of using CRA funds. I think that is 100% the way to go. Carve out this entire 130 acres. They could get more than 100 million, whatever they needed to bond to do that themselves, and then that could be done by the county. Because the CRA, and I have a lot of things to talk about with the CRA, And the Rays now know that it's going to take a really long time to get that money because it takes a CRP rewrite, which takes 2 to 3 years. It takes, our credit rating. We don't have any because we don't bond. There's all sorts of issues with the CRA. But I will say that this MOU is like walking into the Hillsborough River. Our feet go into the water with the MOU, kind of like what you said. But by the time that it comes back to us for a vote, because obviously we aren't going to be asked about it in the future, clearly, the water will be up to our noses, and it will be hard to get out of the current. It's like the best analogy I could come up with.
Councilwoman Young, do you have anything? Councilman Vera?
If Councilman Carlson wants to go first, if you like.
I was just, this time around, I just decided to go from right to left.
Okay,
so-
there you go.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, thank you. And I do want to say something. I wanted to say this, which is with regards to speaking on the MOU, I actually did speak to the parties on it because I insisted on some provisions there with regards to public safety dollars. And that's something that I inserted myself into for that because that, again, for me, that's one of many non-negotiables. And if this passes, there will be more non-negotiables that were there. But I did actually insert myself in this. Again, folks, a couple of things, which is, people are going to vote how they're going to vote. But to walk away from it at this time, I suggest for me in my house, so to speak, is very, very unreasonable right now. Again, unless if there's some large dispositive philosophical disagreement, I can obviously sympathize with that. There's other perspectives too, such as that we're getting $750 million of county money put into the city of Tampa in exchange for $200-something million from us. Has anybody thought about that? So if taxpayers come to us and say, what happened to that $20 million? To the extent that's going to happen, can't we respond? Well, for every dollar we put in, we got $3 from Hillsborough County put right in our city of Tampa. Folks, where I come from, New Tampa, that's a pretty damn good deal. Okay, so just something to think about whenever we talk about taxpayer money. Again, reasonableness. We're going to be walking away from this. Some of the concerns that have been cited on things like police and fire, the organizations that support police and fire support this. Something else to think about. Again, reasonableness. Do we walk away? And now, by the way, I hope I'm wrong. I do. And this isn't something, again, there's gray. The good to me outweighs the bad. Some people are talking about the bad. I respect that. Everybody that's up here has spoken from the heart with great sincerity. I'm not talking down on anybody or anything of that nature. I'm just saying what I think. That's it. Thank you.
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, a few just random notes listening to you all. And for the public, we're not allowed to talk to each other outside of these meetings, so we have to have these conversations back and forth with each other here because of Sunshine Law, which I think is a good thing. In regard to Drew Park, we saw Representative Drew Park present that they hadn't been approached. If the mayor's office had had a collaborative approach like the county, Drew Park would have been approached. They would have had discussions. We've talked to several. We've heard from several neighborhoods in West Tampa, even farther away, that are concerned about this. And some of them, I think the Rays reached out to, but I'm not aware that the city reached out to any of them. And so we still hear concerns about that. All of that, this has been going on for months, and there should have been a negotiation behind the scenes with the community, as well as city council and the CRA board. I mean, it's shocking that I thought I was the only one that wasn't approached. It turns out none of us were approached, it sounds like. The mayor's office should have had conversations with us, not in just the last few days to sell this to us, but to get us, to help us buy into it. It should have been a collaborative approach. But we need, the CIC should have, when we get to the CRA, CIC should have weighed in. Talking about the economics of it, I studied economics at 3 different respected universities, and I don't believe in economic impact studies at all. I studied under some of the best economists in the world so that I could shoot holes in economic impact net studies, and whether it's something I like or something I don't like, I don't believe them at all. The numbers are BS. There are direct impacts, but what you have to look at is the opportunity cost or substitution cost of what you could spend the money on. If the county and city came together and spent $1 billion on something else, what would the impact of that be versus what this is? And so, although I think that the Rays do have a benefit in the community, and one of them is the PR value, assuming they continue winning, then there are kind of intangible values to it that we need to put on the table and look at. I have concerns about the CIT being used partly because of the legal concerns, and although this county attorney said okay, there will be likely lawsuits, and that will gum up this thing for a long time. I wish there was another alternative besides that. Another thing that's sad in this process is that, well, let me go back to the money, the opportunity cost for the money also. Think about just down the street, there's a development called Midtown, which is a multi-billion-dollar investment. There's one development in downtown that got $100 million from the last administration. This one would get subsidies. Midtown got zero. And there are other developments that get zero. And is it fair to everybody? The last thing I'll say is that Ray's, I think, have been working in good faith. They put in a lot of concessions to the administration. Unfortunately, City Council was not involved. The public was not involved from the city's point of view. And so they're not getting credit for all the things they've given up so far. And I just want to put on the end, they're also, besides the county money, they're also looking for state money. And so that's a factor in this. Lastly, the Rays fans, I understand your concerns. My mom and my kids are watching, and they're huge Rays fans as well. So however I vote, it will be difficult. Thank you.
Councilwoman Young?
I'll just, in addition to the comments I made earlier, I just, to my fellow council member, Maniscalco and others, in regards to CIT, I did, although it was, wasn't during the process, but when I did speak with the mayor, our CFO, and our attorney, and expressed to them, one of the things, I'm always out in the community all the time, and so I see a lot of these improvements and things that need to be made, and also expressed this when I met with the Rays, that as a representative of this district, I have to be able to explain to my constituents why or why not something is not happening. And so I just wanted to put that out there that on my end, it has been expressed to both parties that it is very important that projects that we have already allocated funds to cannot be sacrificed, and I did say earlier. So I just wanted to add that to the conversation.
I'll add on to that. It's my understanding that do no harm, that on the CIT revenue, the projects that have been budgeted will be able to accomplish on schedule. And if that is not true, Dennis or John, please jump up and correct me. A couple of things, and I wasn't even going to speak this time, but I would say one on Councilman Maniscalco, my friend. You say if we don't approve this, I'm sorry, if we approve it, I think was what you're saying. If we approve this, what happens? My question is, if we don't approve it, because this is, again, this is a non-binding MOU. If we don't approve it, this stops the conversation. It ain't happening. It's dead. You kill it today. If we move forward with a non-binding MOU, all these concerns that have been brought up tonight or today, we can continue to have that conversation. On economic impact, $80 million of CIT, let's say the CIT doesn't happen, and we come up with another source of the $80 million revenue. It's $80 million that is going to be going towards a $2.3 billion cash dump into the city of Tampa, just for the stadium. $80 million to get $2.3 billion spent inside the city limits of the city of Tampa. That's just the stadium. You expand that to the 120 acres and the Hillsborough College and all of the other reconstruction and the hotels and all the other things that are going to be constructed, it's $6 to $8 billion of economic activity for $80 million. Again, I know I've overused this, but show me the table in Vegas and I'm flying out tomorrow. If I can throw down 80 to get 2.3 billion or 6 to $8 billion in economic activity, there's any city in the world would take that bet today. Absolutely take that bet today. And I'll just leave this with, it's a non-binding MOU. It's the right for us to continue the conversation. We either have the right to continue the conversation, or we give it the middle finger and say we're not going to have baseball, and we're not going to have $6 to $8 billion of economic activity, 10,000 new jobs, and countless opportunities for our youths. Dennis?
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Council. Dennis Rogero, Chief Financial Officer. I thought it'd be a good time now, Mr. Chair, based on your comments about what will still be able to be done and potential deferral of projects. You had asked yesterday that we prepare a sample slide showing the availability of funding for the first 4 plus the last year, if I may put it up now.
Is that okay with council? Okay, yes, go ahead.
Thank you. And let me know when you can see it, Council. Is it large enough?
Zoom in, yeah. There you go.
See that? And again, I stress this is an example, but to get across the point of the cash flow, when we anticipate and how much we anticipate receiving every year, and you see along the top there, presuming no fund balance either continuing from this revenue source or from the existing CIT. Again, we're halfway through the year. We don't know how this year's going to end up. You see in the first year, a little under $35 million. And then you see portion A, is what we're calling it, are those identified categories within the campaign when the CIT went for renewal. We anticipate, again, on portion B with a $20 million each year for 4 years, the $80 million that we've been discussing. In that first year, there'll be $14.7 million for any or all of those particular priorities based on the mayor and city council's prioritization. And you see it continue as we anticipate receiving more revenue, especially in 2028, when that will be the first full year's collections. Again, I remind you, fiscal year 27 is for 10 months. And once you reach the end of that 4-year period, what you arrive at is an approximate 50-50 split between what's available for portion A and what's available for portion B, the Tampa Bay raise. Before falling off, the raise fall off in that final year, and then all of the revenue becomes available for those categories. So the takeaway, I think, further to the point you were making, Mr. Chair, is that over those 4 years, you got about a 50-50 split between what the city mayor and city council can do and what this MOU represents giving to the raise.
Thank you. Anybody have questions for him?
I just have a question, if I may.
Councilman Miranda, put your light on.
So Harold, I'm not questioning the factual responsibility that you have with the numbers, but you nor I nor anyone else can control inflation. We're not considering I just mentioned the PIPES program went from $1.5 million a mile to $4.5 million a mile. Anything could happen to us tomorrow, and we still would be responsible for what we created. And if we create this, who's going to pay for it? It ain't going to be them.
It will.
Can you answer that?
I'm sorry. I can. I think I'd like to address it broadly first by referring to the existing CIT. Okay, and of course, as I've said before, I want council's eyes wide open on everything that I ask or we ask you to make a decision on. But I will say, the existing CIT, of course, sunsets this year, and it's been 30 years. And in those 30 years, the U.S. has seen 3 recessions, nationwide recessions, spanning 5 fiscal years. There has been a softening economy and then the subsequent recovery. If I'm a betting man, there's going to be another softening of the economy over the next 15 years. Okay, it's not if, in my opinion, it's when. But based on the past experience of this CIT, we still, as you know, averaged an annual increase in revenue of almost 4.5%. Will there be headwinds? There absolutely will be. Will we have to address those? Pardon me. Yes, we will. I can give you no assurances, but you got really good minds looking at what we can do ahead and how to parse the funding in the campaign.
Thank you.
Well, I'm going to reserve my time for later.
Okay. Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, just, again, when you're looking at spending money, you have to look at the opportunity cost of what you could have spent it on instead. Could you just tell us and the public, what are the categories of things that $80 million could be spent on if it was not spent on this?
Well, to begin with, portion A, of course, which was the original campaign. Capital, you can't really use it for standard maintenance. It is designed to be an improvement tax, an improvement taxation for big projects. And when the campaign, and you see those there, The campaign went into a little bit more detail on mobility, for example, but those major categories, this funding could continue to be spent on those major categories. Does that answer your question, sir? Yes, portion
The
A.
ones that are, so it could be used on public safety.
Yes.
Vehicles, public safety facilities, public facilities this, and mobility. But I mean, the issue that we're facing in the city, and Councilmember Vieira talked about the $1 billion the city and the county, is that we have, talk about economic impact, we had a lot of high net worth people with businesses move here during COVID. And anecdotally, some of them are leaving because the parks are falling apart, there aren't safe playgrounds because we haven't maintained them, and if we need to replace something, if that counts as capital, fine. The roads are falling apart, the streets are flooding, we have a shortage of police officers. I mean, there's all kinds of things wrong that are happening in the city that we need to fix. There are a lot of things that are right also, and there are a lot of positive things that are happening. But we have an obligation to the public to make sure we cover the basics of what is happening in the community. And I think we just need to be honest. As much as we like one option, there are lots of great options on the table. But if we don't spend this $80 million on basic infrastructure, then we've got to figure out some other way to do it. We also know that there's no appetite in the public to raise taxes again. There was barely enough. I think the new CIT only passed by 52%. It barely passed. 51, and so, and all for transportation failed 5 times, so, or its predecessors total failed. So we need to make sure we use whatever limited money in the best way possible.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Just to piggyback on that, I really believe that if the voters of Tampa aren't allowed to have a say on this deal, which reallocates CIT funds, I really believe that we're going to hear from them loud and clear during the March elections, and the next time we need to ask voters to renew the CIT to pay for public safety, parks and roads. I don't think we'll get it again.
Councilman Bureau.
Yes, sir. You can time me at 1 minute, no problems. Quick points I want to make, which is funds we're voting on today, nothing goes to the stadium. Like Councilman Maniscalco said, it's all stadium surrounding infrastructure. Number 2 is, I said we get $750 million for our $250 million. I was wrong. We get $900 million. We're getting $150 million from the state of Florida contingent on this. So I was wrong. And I would dare to say the Hillsborough County Commission kind of did the heavy lifting yesterday, and we have a much easier vote because of that heavy lifting. We did. I mean, we do. You know, that the numbers they put forward, I won't comment on it, but they do. And lastly, if I may, which is, by turning this away, at this point saying we're not going to improve and we're not going to negotiate, we're saying that what we have before us, the very idea is so rotten to the core that we got to send it away.
Councilman Miranda.
If this does not pass today, it doesn't mean it's the end. It's go back to the drawing boards and do it the right way. Well, you're shaking your head, then leave. If this is your final offer, I'm looking right at you. If this is your final offer, it's a bad one. A terrible one for the taxpayers. Not because I'm saying it. From what I hear here now, it's not looking so good. So you can't do any better, you can't sharpen your pencil any better, we got a problem. Thank you, though.
You know, I think that what I'm hearing also neglects to consider the fact that, so this huge investment of money, starting at 2.3 billion for a stadium, is money that is not just disappearing behind cloaks, you know, a door. That's money that is generating money because it's employing people who are going to be spending money in the economy. It's going to be generating sales taxes. It's money that is going to be paying for goods and services by our business community. I mean, you heard from our union workers, our iron workers here. They want this project because guess what? It's going to be paying for union jobs and union salaries, feeding union families. You've heard from our first responders. Why? Because it's good for our first responders. It's good for our police. It's good for our fire. You heard from our county yesterday. You heard from, and I don't think anybody up here doesn't love some of our members on our county commission. They put their necks out yesterday. And they know that this is good for Hillsborough County, and I know this is good for the city of Tampa. If our county commission is willing to put their necks out for this, to be a vote of confidence to say, let's move this forward from today for further discussion. This is not the day to kill this. Don't, I mean, I don't know how you'd go up to Commissioner Cohen or Commissioner Gwen Myers or anybody and say, we don't care what you thought and how much a risk you took yesterday, but the city of Tampa is going to give you the middle finger. I mean, that's a tough one. So, yeah, there you go. Okay. Anybody else? This is going to be the end of the discussion.
It'll be the end of the discussion. Is there anything that we can do regarding the CIT? Yes, can he come on?
Yeah, sure, go.
Thank you for the opportunity to just respond to your question,
Name
Councilman.
for the record, sir.
Ken Babby, Tampa Bay Rays. Throughout these discussions, I think it's worthy of noting that the Rays actually agreed to a few things related to the CIT, which should be brought into the room. I actually appreciate the conversation about the council involvement, and I think it's a lesson for all of us moving forward to make sure that we're even more engaged. I talked with the head of the Drew Park CRA just at the last intermission. We need to be more engaged in those discussions to keep this discussion moving forward. So I just want to say that before I answer your question. Councilman, one thing the Rays agreed to do with the $80 million is, of course, to commit for it to go 100% into infrastructure as represented in the MOU. Two, much against our desires, which where we initially intended to bond against the CIT, both at the city level and the county level, reluctantly, we agreed to move to a pay-go model where it's paid over several years. I think that's worthy of noting. That was an enormous concession. And then finally, after that, it was requested that specifically only to the city, not to the county, that a backstop be provided for that CIT. And we agreed to do that too, as represented in the MOU. So time and time again, questions, good questions like you're asking, have come up and have been asked about the CIT, and we've given and we've given and we've given. And we still have work to do to reach definitive agreements, which will involve even additional compromise on both sides. I would urge you to let us continue the conversations. Don't send the Rays out of Tampa. Thank you.
Yes, sir. And so, just one question. The Citizens Budget Advisory Board, or somebody from there, gave a sheet of paper. I don't know if it was voted by from the board itself, but this was voted? Okay. So the cost reimbursement for the CIT money, is that something that the Rays would be open to? You get the $80 million, but then we get it paid back to the city. And the reason I ask, you've heard all about the CIT, but the CIT is so important, and the renewal barely passed at 51%. It passed at 53% in 1996 with the stadium in there, community stadium, however it was worded. I fear that should this come up again in, 13 years for a renewal, the CIT, that the voters will never have faith in reapproving it, to extend it, because they're going to say, you did respectfully a bait and switch. Oh yeah, it's not going to, but then, and I understand this opportunity, but we will lose that in the future. The voters are going to go, you tricked us last time. Us meaning, the elected officials. Would you be open to a reimbursement model? It's only $80 million, but the people voted for, something very specific.
Council, permission to answer, Chair?
Yeah, and I'm not talking about over 4 years, over 10 years, over 5 years, very flexible terms, but, you tell me.
Let's let answer. Go ahead.
Am I allowed to answer?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman, what I would urge you to do is to move the MOU forward with the strong message that you just gave. We heard it. I think the staff heard it. I think the county is all watching. They've heard it. I'm sure the whole city has heard it. And if there's elements of this MOU that you don't find acceptable, I think on message, put us all on notice that you're not comfortable with it, and move forward and allow us to continue in definitive documents. We'll be back for another vote. And if it's not acceptable to you at that time for the same reasons that you give today, you'll certainly, and your colleagues, of course, deserve another opportunity to evaluate it. I would urge you not on this point to give us a thumbs down and reject it. I think your point is clear and heard and understandable. I would urge you to move this forward to give us a chance in definitive documents to continue to appease concerns that you have.
Thank you very much. And my concern there is every vote that would come before us, should we disagree or I disagree, it's going to be, you're going to kill it if this doesn't happen. You're going to kill it if this doesn't happen. I would like a guarantee today, an amendment to, it's very simple. And I know it's a lot of money, but it's not a lot of money. But it's out of respect to the taxpayers. That's it.
Yeah, permission to respond, Chair, through the chair.
Go ahead.
What I can guarantee you is that we will be back in this room with a definitive agreement that you'll have an opportunity to review, and that we will spend hours and hours and hours working to make sure that the needs, not just of the county, not just of the city, but this council and ultimately the CRA are comfortable with it. Today's decision is about saying continue to move forward negotiating. And I think what everybody in this room has heard is your concern on the CIT, which is understood and fair. I think it's heard, and we have work to do. We recognize we have work to do, but allow us to continue to move forward and do that work. I think that's on behalf of the Rays what we're kindly asking for. But I hear you. I understand your concern. It's reasonable. We talked about reasonable today. Let us go back to the bargaining table and find a deal that works by moving this MOU forward that we have here today. Thank you.
Councilman Carlson, then Councilman Randall.
Mr. Babby, could I just ask you a couple quick?
You're not getting away that easy.
Get my steps in.
You should have stepped up.
It's all good. I'm not getting any taller, that's for sure.
Two quick questions. Chair Clendenin talked about the economic impact of building. There's another project that got a huge subsidy from the last administration, and then they hired a contracting company out of Palm Beach. First question, is it likely that you'll hire local contractors to try to keep the money local? Number two is that I mentioned a minute ago, you all have negotiated with the city, but because we weren't involved in it, we in the public don't know what you conceded. But if I recall, the number that you originally asked for was much higher.
Correct.
Can you just tell us what the difference is in the number? How much did you all give up in the negotiation that we don't know about?
I think the way I'd answer your question, permission to respond, Chair?
Yes, please.
Yeah, Councilman, thank you. Councilman Carlson, to answer your question, I guess the way that I'd answer your question is to say that what occurred time and time again is the Rays increased our investment in the project because we believe in Tampa. What started initially as a project where we said we'd invest 50% of the cost of the ballpark is now much higher to 55%. And as that number continued to grow, what we had to sort of consternate with ourselves is, do we want to continue to give and give and give? As the city and the county numbers adjusted, ourselves we had to say, does this money make sense? And the staff that worked on this, although the city and city council and county commission, that we're not all in the room, certainly it would be atypical for all of the council members and the commissioners to be in that room. The role, of course, is to bring an agreement, a framework, if you will, that we can ultimately all move forward on. The Rays continue to invest, to your point. We continue to increase our number. The Rays will invest more than $1.2 billion privately into the cost of the ballpark. $1.2 billion. The Rays will take on 100% of the cost of the development. The state is committed and watching what we're doing as it relates to Hillsborough College, and you heard wonderful comments on that today, and traffic projects.
But the amount, the 80 million, just to talk about that, the 80 million.
It decreased and decreased and decreased.
It was like
much
120
higher.
or 140 million.
I saw drafts of this MOU that had the city's contribution specifically to CIT closer to $200 million.
Okay,
That
so-
number's 80, and it's not being bonded.
So you already,
Correct.
we and the public don't know, but you started
That's
at
correct.
200 and now you're down to 80.
And
the public
converted to
doesn't-
pay-go and converted to backstop.
And then the other question, though, how likely is it that you'll hire local contractors so that in the other case, the city subsidized it and then all the money went to Palm Beach? So
Yeah,
what's
no,
the
so one, we will of course go through proper procurement channels. I think that needs to be said and should be said fairly on the record because it's true and we will always follow the law, and that's represented in the document. Everything this organization has done from the moment that we took ownership was to promote local first. You can see it in the work that we're doing at Tropicana Field and the renovations that were done there this year, and you can see it in our work in the community. We use baseball as a platform to lift up Tampa Bay, and we will do exactly that in building this community ballpark together.
Okay, Councilman Miranda, followed by Councilwoman Hurd.
All I'm going to say is, if this does not pass today, you're certainly entitled to bring another one over with all the changes. So there's no difference in time or waste of money or anything else. So I don't understand what you're saying as far as I want it now or never. That's what you're telling us, indirectly. from what I heard. Maybe I'm wrong, but if I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. You can have another one done with all the changes in it, but it's not here. So if this passes today, then it gets harder and harder for anyone, an elected official, to say, oh, it's too late now. You say, oh, whoa, you passed it 3 times. So I've been there before. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
So then my question goes to Mr. Raby is, why aren't you using a TIF or a CDD, which would be so much simpler? We could put the 180 into that, and then quite frankly, you know, our questions are answered. Our problems, our concerns are answered, and yes, you can respond.
Thank you, Councilwoman Hurtak. Through the chair to Councilwoman Hurtak, I would just respond to your good question by referring to the MOU, which gives us exactly the option to create a CDD or a TIF, both of which will be explored. We look forward to sitting down and exploring that further. But if you refer to the MOU, it specifically says, and I'll let the city attorney comment on this as well, that we have the option, of course, mutually to be able to do that. And it's a good question, a good thought. Other council members have asked it as well, and we will explore that further, Councilwoman.
But that's, in my reading of it, and my question was in addition. I'm talking about being able to fund the city's portion of it, $180 million, through a TIF or a CDD.
So the raised portion of the project, as I've stated, is over $1.2 billion. If you're asking the raise to take on even more than that, as we've invested and taken on more and more and more, to reimburse beyond that through those other methods, that you can't build a ballpark based on IOUs. It doesn't work. It's not working in Las Vegas. It won't work in Kansas City. It was mentioned earlier, City Council in Kansas City committed $600 million towards a ballpark. $600 million in a city council chambers just like this. We're having a conversation about $80 million, which we've agreed to pay go, and a portion of which to backstop. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Okay. I think we're getting to the point now that we've exhausted the question. I would entertain, is everybody by consensus, is everybody ready to vote?
Are we going to make final comments as we vote, or what?
If that is council's will, we could do that, or we could just go to a vote and we go to the CRA, or potentially go to
If
the
I
CRA.
can, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Shelby?
If there is a motion on the floor and it's seconded, you can have discussion prior
Yeah.
to the vote.
Well,
We
we went that direction. But does anybody object to just going directly to a vote? It is almost 4 o'clock, and we still have a lot of city council business too, as well as CRA business, so. Does anybody else have anything else they want to say? Okay, I'm gonna call the question, and.
Sir, if you call the question.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I mean, I move the resolution, but obviously, I mean, this wouldn't preclude Councilman Carlson from speaking. Obviously, it's up to you, Chair.
Correct.
But yes, sir. So I would move it with that, because obviously. You know.
Okay, I have a motion to
There's a
move
second.
item number 58, a second from. I'll second it. What's that?
Can chair second? Oh.
It's not, there's nothing precluded. Okay, all those in favor, or actually, okay. We have a motion, we have a second. Is there any discussion? Okay, roll call. please.
Yeah, just, I want to say, first of all, I had similar ideas to what Councilmember Hurtak mentioned. They did put the CDD in. My understanding was that it's included, not that it's optional. Maybe I need to read it again. But one of my ideas was similar. I talked about a TIF. I talked about shrinking the CRA because of the impact on the rest of Drew Park. We could take this area out of it and form a TIF. We could just shrink it down so it only includes that. That way Drew Park could have a separate kind of virtual CRA. There's all kinds of options that could be discussed. Unfortunately, the administration did not include us. I did talk to the Rays about those ideas, but somebody told them no. My bottom line on this is that I don't believe in private sector subsidies. I don't think it's a good idea for the government to subsidize one versus the other. And I mentioned, in real estate, why is it fair that 1 or 2 developments get subsidies and all the rest of the developments don't get subsidies? And yes, they mostly go to infrastructure, but when people like in Midtown are paying 100% of everything, it's not fair to everybody else. And there are lots of developments that get nothing. there are lots of projects that I would like to see that are going to get nothing. And so my point is that when this comes back to us, I'm like 99.9% sure that I'm going to vote no. And like Charlie, I want to let everybody know that in advance. I'm very against any kind of subsidy like that. In the conversations I've had with the Rays, one of the things they've said is they really want the opportunity for HCC to be able to get in this additional money from the state. And I'm sympathetic to trying to get state money. Locally, we can work with the county and spend the county money in different ways that could be very beneficial. And we have folks that are suffering in many ways in our community, and we need to look at those other ways. That's why ultimately I'm going to vote no. But today, because the Rays asked only in regard to their ability to get state funding, I'm going to reluctantly vote yes, only for that possibility. But just as a warning, I am going to be voting no when it comes back. But out of respect for them and their ability to get the state funding, I would vote yes today.
Okay, roll call, please.
Miranda? No. Maniscalco? Hurtak?
No.
Young?
Yes.
Vieira?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Clendenin?
Yes.
Motion carries with Miranda, Maniscalco, and Hurtak voting no.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Let's make it 10. Be back.
Wait, no, counsel, before you do that, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney.
Carlson, you're a sellout.
Hey, come on.
After the action having been taken, I would ask that City Council go into recess at this point and reconvene as the redevelopment.
We'll do that after break.
Well, you want to, you're going to do, okay.
Yeah.
Let's-
We're going to be back at 4:05, please. 4:05. We are on break. Back to order, roll call, please.
Miranda. Maniscalco. Hurtak.
Here.
Young. Vieira. Carlson. Clendenin.
No. I have a request for Tampa City Council to continue item 54, VAC 26-08 to July 30th. Can I get a motion in a second? We have a motion from Councilman Miranda and a second from? Second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Clerk, would you read that date, time, and place for July 30th, 2026?
There it is.
July 4th.
July 30th.
3rd.
What number?
I'm sorry. It was July 30th.
July 30th, 2026.
54.
Sorry. 1 second.
The clerk is going to do that right now.
And that would be at
1:30?
1:30?
Yes.
That'd be at 1:30 p.m. in City Council Chambers, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Mr. Shelby.
It was set for 10:30 a.m.
Oh, 10:30? Okay. You want to do?
And it is a petition to vacate.
Okay, so yeah, you're right, 10:30. Okay, can you restate it, please, from the top?
Yes, sir. That'd be July 30th at 10:30 a.m. in the City Council Chambers, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you so much, Q. Appreciate that. Okay, is there anything left on the agenda that we can continue, or just go through and do the business?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Councilman Vera.
For the Tampa fire item, I just see we have Chief Tripp here, and obviously I don't like to make our fire chief wait too darn long, so I just say it for purposes of time and all that stuff, but no. And that one should be shorter compared to later, but yeah.
Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I am going to have Tampa City Council in recess, and I will hand the gavel to Councilwoman or Chair Young to conduct the CRA meeting. Councilwoman Young, Tampa City Council is in recess.
Alrighty, this Tampa Community Redevelopment Agency meeting is called to order. Can we get a roll call, please?
Miranda. Here. Maniscalco. Here. Hurtak.
Here.
Clendenin.
Here.
Carlson.
Here.
Vera.
Here.
Young.
Here.
We have physical quorum.
Alrighty, we will now move to CRA items number 1 and 2.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Board Member Carlson.
Since the since the vote was closed last time, I just want to let everyone know that if we have to vote on this as the CRA today, I'm going to vote no. I think we should delay the CRA vote for a couple weeks or until the next CRA meeting, which I think is 3 weeks away. With the reason is that the CRA board and the CRA staff were not involved in the negotiation, and I think there are a lot of things that we could put in if we were involved in the negotiation. We're out on the front line listening to the community, and we could do that. So I would prefer that we, if there are the votes without me, that's fine, but I would prefer that we delay this one for a couple weeks so that we could get involved. Also, it says here in number 2, staff reports, but it's my understanding the staff was not involved at all in the MOU, so what it really should say is city administration report, maybe for next time.
Madam Chair, we had previously discussed continuing this to the 29th. I'd make a motion to continue this item to.
Hold on one second,
Okay, go ahead.
because Board Member Vieira had his slide, and then I'll come to you.
For motion.
Board Member Vieira.
Yes, ma'am. And so if whoever motions it, I'll second it if need be. I would support this for many, many reasons. This includes not only the issues that Councilman Carlson talked about, but also to the extent that this can be done. Some of the issues, I wanted to give a gesture to my friend and colleague, Councilman Maniscalco, for bringing up some issues today, and that those could also be addressed in that time potentially. So yeah, for those reasons and others, I would support that.
Okay, Board Member Clendenin? He had his slide on.
So I would motion to continue this CRA meeting, because we had previously discussed having a special call meeting on July 29th at 9 a.m. I would motion to continue this item to July 29th, CRA special call meeting 2026.
Board Member Hurtak?
I don't know that we can do that. We have to vote on this because if the CRA doesn't approve this, it isn't approved. We're acting as a wholly separate body. Could someone from, Mr. Shepherd?
Attorney Shepherd, please.
You, first of all, you can do whatever you want to because of what you just said, which is you are a separate governmental agency. You are a dependent special district, but you are separate in the fact that you have your own minutes, you have your own meetings, you have your own procedures, and you have your own laws that have to apply to you. And so that is something you have the ability to do. I cannot speak to, and perhaps you should recognize someone from the Rays or someone else who can speak to how it would impact the deal. But I do want to say this about the date. That if I have an issue because I have a webinar that I'm conducting at noon on that day, and I'll be on the road that entire day, except for the time I'm off the road to do this webinar.
Did I state that right? Did I say May 29th?
You said July
I'm sorry,
29th.
May 29th, May 29th, sorry.
Okay.
All of a sudden it just dawned on me that I said the wrong thing, May 29th.
Okay.
May 29th is a Friday.
Yeah, that was the day, remember we talked about having the special call meeting that day?
Yeah, I won't be in town, I don't believe.
And that may be why we did it for today, took it up today.
So hold on a second. Hold on. Attorney Steady, you have a comment to make? Mm-hmm.
The CRA basically is not agreeing to be party at this point. The city is, and the other parties, the county. So I don't believe it creates a problem for the Rays or the city of Tampa that's previously approved it. So you can continue your consideration of the MOU till whenever you feel is appropriate.
Okay. So are you doing an amended motion?
Well, my motion would be to continue this to a special call meeting on May 29th, 2026 at 9 a.m. I will provide if people are willing to have a tough day, we probably could add it between the workshop on the 28th, between the workshop and the council's night session.
Night session is so hard.
I don't disagree.
What about June 11th?
Hold on. You guys, hold on. Board Member Carlson, go ahead.
Welcome to being chair. How come we can't do it on June 11th? That's a CRA.
I mean, it's fine with me. I mean, June 11th is fine with me. So, okay, let me scratch what I said because I didn't get a second. I make a motion to continue this item to June 11th, 2026.
Board Member Hurtak?
Our regularly scheduled CRA meeting.
So I have no problem moving this, but given what just happened where we got some of our issues out, so they were known, I highly recommend that we at least have 5 minutes each to talk about some of our issues so that when we have that meeting, it's more productive.
Right now?
Yeah. I think we at least give everyone 5 minutes because I have, of course, a whole long spiel and some receipts that I would like people to see so that we can, I have no problem going forward and making another time to do this, but I think we should talk about it first so that the parties who are involved know what the issues are.
Okay. Clerk?
And then Ms. Scharf, if you could bring my personal and city cell phones so that I can look at my calendar.
The 28th?
Oh, okay.
What about the June 11th though? We can't do it then?
Well, I think the 28th might be too quick. Are you mean next week?
Let's just, okay, I'm gonna restate my motion. June 11th, adding it to the regular scheduled CRA agenda item at 9 a.m. And I actually see something I'll probably just ask to pull off that schedule too,
So I'm gonna interject here. To Board Member Hurtak, I think since we're all here right now, the opportunity just to have at least the 5 minutes for everyone, or 3 minutes, if you would like to talk now, it's fine. So we can have that as you all go back to the drawing board and work on this MOU. So if we give everyone an opportunity, at least one round, or if we need 2 rounds, and then going back to the motion of continuing this to June 11th for items 1 and 2. Any thoughts from the council on that?
I agree with taking 5 minutes each, but should we vote on the motion first?
Yes, that's
Well, I'll take that as a friendly amendment, as a stipulation to continuing this, that we have that 5-minute discussion. So there we go.
Okay, so we have the motion from Board Member Clendenin, the second from Board Member Vieira. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, wonderful. Good job. Good job.
Now who's the school teacher?
All right, so we're gonna start, start with, Board Member Miranda. Okay, Board Member Maniscalco.
Just real quick, I don't need the 5 minutes. So in regards to the CIT, it was $100 million, that is
Hold on one second, point of order. I would suggest that we gavel back in as city council to take this as a combined meeting, because then people don't have to bifurcate the difference between CRA and city council. So their comments don't have to, because right now we're only in a CRA meeting.
Yeah, we're only in CRA.
Yeah, but the CIT is not CRA.
No, it's not CIT, it's the bonding of the CRA, $100 million in Drew Park, specifically CRA.
Okay, go ahead. Okay.
Yeah, so looking at this MOU, the CRA bonded $100 million. Okay, and who pays the interest on that? And how long is the bonding for? 30 years?
Well, that's unknown. In terms of who pays the interest, at least initially, it has to be the Rays, only because, and I think they envision themselves, but you can talk to them as the primary obligor, because you first, in order to pay back bonds with TIF, you have to have TIF.
Okay.
We don't. And their proposal is understood from the MOU. Everything in the MOU has been said repeatedly, but particularly for the CRA, because I insisted on it, was on the come, because they're all separate issues. Extending the CRA, separate issue. Amending the plan, separate issue. Agreeing to the amount of the bonding, separate issue. Agreeing to the structure of the bond, separate issue, and on and on. And so I'll just say there was perhaps some skepticism at the beginning, but as I promised I would, I was asked to tell you that they agreed to everything I asked for, which is good because I wouldn't have agreed if they didn't. So they did agree to everything I asked for, and that's why it's all future decisions to be made by you all.
Okay, and then last question regarding that. I saw within that CRA, the Rays will pay rent. What was that specific? If the money isn't generated or
as I understand that is the mechanism by which, once we are generating money, we would use it as a rent payment, so it's legal towards structures that we're allowed to pay rent for. Because again, the overarching problem, or one of the overarching problems, as you will know because you're CRA world, is that we can only spend TIF under certain things that are legal under the statute, both 163-387 and 163-370. And if it doesn't fall into one of those categories, and a lot of the stadium stuff doesn't, then you have a problem. So the question is, how do you get the money and use it to help defray some of the costs, but in a legal manner? And their structure, at least the one that's on the table, is as a rent payment based on TIF that's generated that then they would use to pay back bonds. But unknown is how we account for it in a way that will always be auditable back to expenses we can't pay for.
Okay.
That's an unknown that has to be cooked into future parts of the deal.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Board Member Hurtak?
Thank you. The plan to use the Drew Park CRA bonds is a bigger issue than the use of CIT money for 3 reasons: financial, legal, and political. Financially, the CRA has never bonded. We do not have a credit rating. The bonds will be taxable and privately placed with an investor without bidding on the open market, suggesting the bonds will be below investment grade and will have to be paid out at a higher interest rate than our standard tax-exempt municipal bonds. Basically, it means that if you have no credit, you can't get a credit card, or you can't buy a house. You don't have credit, you don't have anything. So we have no credit. So what we're doing for solid waste, for example, is we floated a small line of credit to solid waste to build up its ability to go out and get a loan. to pay for all the solid waste that we're about to redo. We don't have that option as the CRA. Secondly, and far more importantly, rewriting the Drew Park Community Redevelopment Plan to include a baseball stadium will take between 2 and 3 years to process mandated Chapter 163, Part 3 of the Florida statute, which Ms. Sharp is putting up on the thing right now. This process includes, but is not limited to, Planning Commission approval, public hearings, and adaptation of the comprehensive plan. What's on the board now is the amount of time it took to do the last 3 CRP updates. Central Park, 2 years, 10 months. Tampa Heights, 2 years, 10 months. Downtown, 3 years, 3 months. And the Drew Park CRP hasn't been touched since 2004. It's due, but it's not going to be quick. But, I mean, ideally it's a good thing because it illustrates how robust our CRA system is here. It prevents, or is supposed to prevent, this kind of runaway project. So, yeah, I'll leave it at that. Oh, and I have a question.
Board Member Clendenin?
You know, I was, I want to thank the staff, the county staff, Bonnie, Julia, and all the folks over there that were part of this negotiation process. Eric Hart, our executive director at the TSA, and our city staff, our city attorney, John Bennett, Dennis Rogero, and everybody at the city. I said from day one, I always supported the concept of having a raised stadium in the city of Tampa, but only if we could afford it. And so I always said, you know, it's just, there's a lot of things I want in the city of Tampa that we can't afford. And I always said from day one, if we can afford it. I was so pleasantly surprised when I saw this non-binding MOU, because it occurred to me instantly, hey, this is the framework of affordability, and it really was a good deal for the city of Tampa. Honestly, it's a steal for the city of Tampa. I don't want to, you know, we really got more than our fair share, and I will applaud our city staff for negotiating to what they did to be able to, and Cliff Shepard on the CRA portion, to be able to protect the city and protect the CRA. What they did with the carve-outs of the stadium construction area, the 120 acres, backstopping, I mean, from the beginning to the end, I mean, I was honestly so pleasantly surprised because I thought this was going to be a much heavier lift for the city of Tampa. So that being said, honestly, obviously, everybody knows on both sides that this agreement needed to be tweaked, because if it didn't need to be tweaked, it would have came to us as a binding MOU and not a non-binding MOU. So we all knew walking into this room today that there was going to have to be some work to done. I think that my intention is when we go back to the council session is I'm going to ask the same question, because obviously for what was said before is like, what does council need to get to yes? So I think that's what everybody needs to say today. What do you need that is realistic? And again, taking into account this is a good deal. I mean, you're not going to get the sky and the moon, settle for half of the sky and take it as a win. But what do we need to get to yes? I think that's what our city staff deserves to hear from this council or this board, and I think that's what the Rays deserve to hear from this board as well.
Board Member Vieira.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of quick things, if I may. Number one is I talked about public safety. You know, promises have been made to police and fire, and we want to see how those promises become binding and enforceable. You know, promises have been made to these folks, so we all know are the best people around. They've had their hearts broken before over 10, 20, 30 years, and on different things. And we don't want them to break again there, so treat them right? Number two is HCC. You know, there's been a lot of discussions on the $150 million. Is that sufficient? What if there's cost overrun? Just, you know, while it's not directly related to our vote here, more assurances, I guess, if you will, on that, because that's such a special community asset with wonderful people, including a young man named Louis Vieira Jr., by the way. So, but obviously a lot going on there. Housing, a lot of folks have talked about affordable housing. The cost of living is one of the biggest issues here in Florida throughout the United States. And something like this, you know, could have adverse effects on that. We want to make sure that there are real robust efforts made for affordable and workforce housing, affordable housing for lower income folks, and then workforce housing for working class people there. Very important. The community benefits agreement, apprenticeships, skilled trade apprenticeships, that's huge. Making sure that they are state certified, real apprenticeships, local workers. Councilwoman Young brought up returning citizens. I think that's wonderful. Taking a look at, we can talk about the other assets, Raymond James Stadium, and then obviously dialogue with our good friends at Drew Park. Those are just some things really fast, not to take up my full 3 or 5 minutes. Thank you.
Are we just giving her 5 minutes of comment? Okay. All right. Yeah, philosophically, I'm against tax abatements for the reason I mentioned before. If sometimes folks come to us and say, well, our project's going to be generating $10 million in tax revenue, and so we'll take that back. But the thousands of other property owners out there don't get that, and it's not fair to everyone else that some get it and some don't. In a case of a special amenity like this, maybe there's a way to work it out, but I'm generally against giving subsidies to one private investor versus another, because they're still competing with each other. They still have to go for the same tenants or folks to sell the property to. And I'm talking about the private development that goes around this. In terms of the CRA, I proposed, we mentioned earlier, that there be a special TIF or shrink the CRA limits. There's a question about, is it fair to the rest of Drew Park that their tax money is going to be trapped in this deal? They're not generating that much right now anyway. Shrink the size of the CRA to make it just around this project, and then we could set up a virtual CRA around the rest of Drew Park and put some infrastructure in there. Or we could do the opposite and move this out of it and set up a separate TIF. The idea I had in the beginning is the county has entrusted us to manage 9 CRA districts for 30 years or more. Why not give this one back to them and let the county manage this one? Let them be in charge of it. And somebody along the way said no to that right away. We could have had that deal done already where we hand it back to them. It's not, the CRA as it is not that active. But there are a lot of things that we could put in an interlocal agreement. One is we had tried at one point to slightly expand the boundaries of the Ybor CRA. We had tried to extend the deadline, I think, of the East Tampa CRA. We had tried to cut, I anyway had tried to cut the downtown CRA by half or cap it where it is right now. The folks who have broken roads and broken sidewalks or lack of sidewalks and broken parks around the city don't understand why downtown gets all these great amenities and none of it goes to the rest of the city. Also, all of our property tax money, except for the CRA, goes to police and fire. We know we need more police officers, we need fire stations. Why is it that money is trapped in downtown? We have the benefit of development. Downtown has been successful being developed. Why wouldn't we put a cap on it? I think if we're going to open up the interlocal agreement, which the administration was against but now apparently is for, then we should open the box to do all these things. I have a lot more to discuss, but it would take more than 5 minutes. To Councilmember Hurtak's point, when the administration wants something, they do it quickly, and when they don't want something, they go slow, or when they don't care. So I imagine that changing the community redevelopment plan, they'll probably figure out a way to do that really quickly.
Okay, so that concludes our first round. Now we're going to second round with 3 minutes. Board Member Hurtak?
I have a question for Mr. Shepherd. I thought we were carving this portion out of the Drew Park CRA.
If you mean by that the actual land?
Yes.
Yeah, the plan as proposed by the Rays, and I don't know if it was initially the plan because I wasn't brought in until like just a couple of days before the week which we were supposed to deliver a product. But it was that they would have I'm going to call it a rebate for lack of a better term, because I think ultimately that's what it amounts to. You called it an abatement, but it's actually sort of a rebate, and it is supposed to be just governing the land that they own or control.
Yeah. So the rest of the Drew Park CRA will continue normally, I guess that's the way I understood it. I love and second, because we talked about this before, expanding the Ybor CRA and extending the East Tampa CRA to the table. I think that has to happen. And I don't have a problem with considering, at least lowering the downtown CRA. So yeah, I still really want to see a TIF or CDD plan instead of using CRA funds. If you want to know what I actually want, that's what I want. And it'll be hard to get me to yes without that.
Board Member Clendenin?
But question for Councilwoman Hurtek, if the plan is to carve out the redevelopment area from the rest of the CRA, and the CRA still continues to operate, and obviously we'll get percolated effects because of the construction, how would that differ?
Well, because the money that is collected in the raised portion. So this is the way I like to explain it. So this is the little square of Drew Park. This is the stadium. And the stadium, the money that's collected here will stay here. The money that's collected here will stay here.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it's done.
That's I believe, as far as my understanding, Mr. Shepherd, wasn't that sort of the concept of the agreement?
Yes. That is
Yeah.
but
how does that differ from what you're asking for?
Because
Other than just names and financial mechanisms.
for me, it is a financial mechanism, because the issue is, and if Mr. O'Hara's here, this is my question. This is what it amounts to: $100 million in bonds. If the city of Tampa were to pull out $100 million in bonds, what would our rating be? What would our interest rate be right now?
The interest rate, public?
Yeah.
As opposed to a private
Yeah, like
placement?
what we normally do.
Probably 4.5%, 5%.
4.5%, 5%. If we have these private bonds that since we don't have any credit rating, what percentage are we looking at for those?
Now, that I don't know, but it will be higher. It's a riskier
That's it.
issuance.
And if the ultimate cost, so we always put 50%. So if it's $100 million, we just add 50, because that's generally where we are. We're about half. So that'd be $150 million that the CRA would owe. But with this, it's going to be upwards of $180 million, because that percentage increase really matters.
And if I may, I'm sorry, Dennis O'Hara, Chief Financial Officer, just want to add another X factor, if you will. This debt issuance is not anticipated to take place till 2030. It's anybody's guess what the market, either public or private, will be there.
Okay, so that answers that. How can we not issue it for 4 more years? Who's floating that $100 million in the meantime?
It's not that particular component of the funding plan isn't needed until then.
Okay.
A question for Shepherd, a follow-up on that issue.
Board Member Clendenin?
So, Mr. Shepherd, wasn't the deal, the non-binding MOU portion of that deal, that the revenue that was generated for that $100 million, if it did not materialize, so regardless of whatever the interest rate is, it was backstopped by
the raise it's actually interesting because it's sort of worded and it's been sort of talked about as a backstop, but it's actually a front stop. Right. Because we won't have the money until they build the stuff that generates the TIF for us to contribute our portion.
But if let's say the interest rate is 2% higher than normal
on a private market.
City bonds. Wasn't there some assurances that if the revenue wasn't generated within that confined area, that's where that backstop would?
It would have to be, for the very simple reason that it would be unsaleable bonds even on the private market.
So
bonds are supposed to be safe,
right?
And they can't be safe on the come. They can't be safe in an investment like CRAs, where the legislature in a year could say, yeah, we're not doing this anymore. They can't be safe when you have a bunch of unknowns. And so that is one of the reasons why I feel comfortable. I'm not trying to speak for the Rays, but they realized we got to be in the front seat, at least initially, because there are no guarantees.
So the bottom line is the cost or exposure to the city is balanced out. There's no
I'm not going to judge it, but I will say that you cannot, what is the old expression, Mr. Miranda would know, you can't get blood out of a turnip. If we don't have it, we can't pay it.
Right.
And not only would the Rays know that, but the barn market will know that.
Right, okay. That's what I thought, yeah, okay, very good, thank you.
Okay, anybody else comments? Board Member Carlson?
Mr. O'Hara, the bonds that we approved for University of Tampa and other places, are we talking about using that kind of bond here where they'll take, and if not, is that a possibility that we could do it that way?
We've explored that. Again, what you're talking about is a conduit issuance. We've explored that. We just don't think the public purpose test will be met, as opposed to the University of Tampa, things like that.
And then my understanding from the Rays is that they are going to do a CDD. Maybe Ken would like to answer this, but you have to have a funding source for the CDD, right? And so the idea is to me, the advantage of a CDD is the community development district is that the money would go into a private, instead of going directly to the Rays or one of their subsidiaries, it would go to an entity that is public, that is overseen by a public board, although it may be controlled by the developer. And then it has to operate in the sunshine of public records. And so it provides an extra level of protection for the public, and the Rays have already agreed to that. But how you're planning on funding that out of these bonds or some other structure, right?
Chairwoman Young, Mayor, are we in CRA or are we in council?
We are in CRA.
Okay. Chairwoman Young, permission to respond to the councilman's question?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Carlson, thank you. As it relates to the CRA, I just want to say we learned a lot today in this room, and I think we learned we have a lot more work to do, particularly in the community with Drew Park. I was pleased to hear it continued because I think we learned in this room that there's much more discussion that needs to be happening around certainly the financial aspects, which I'll respond to, but also the community impact and discussion. And so we welcome that, and I think that work will begin today, and I want to give the CRA board that assurance and council as well. As it relates to the financial impacts of the CRA, as contemplated, the Rays are taking 100% of the risk. We call it a backstop. I'll let the attorneys and financial experts give it better language and vocabulary, but the notion is that we're going to pay what we're calling rent to backstop the CRA if the funds are not there. 100% of the notion of this is entirely on the Rays. So I just want to make sure that's extremely clear. As it relates to the CDD, Councilman, we desire to create that. We'd like to create it. We put in the language the ability and option to create it, but want to partner with the city on exploring that.
I mean, eventually the CDD could charge
I think we have to explore
a fee or
that,
something.
or right, exactly.
But you're looking to maybe pay
That's
out
right.
of this.
And I think that's something you'd asked us about early on, and we'd like to continue to explore that.
I like CDDs, and correct me if I just got a plane late last night from Asia, so if I messed up the CDD, remind me of what it stands for if I got it wrong. But
You got it, sir.
I like it because it provides an extra level of transparency for the public. To the other question though about the boundary of the CRA, is it your understanding from the existing agreement that the area outside of your footprint, that money would stay used for other purposes, or do you need all the money from the entire boundary of the CRA district?
I think we need to get back in the room in definitive agreements to give you a proper and clear answer to that question. I'll refer to the MOU for now, but also admit we have more work to do to define the boundaries of that and the funding mechanisms as we move towards definitive agreements. I want to make sure I give you a clear answer to that, and I think that has to come out of additional discussions with the city and the CRA board, and ultimately discussions we're having with Drew Park.
So that's something we still need to work out.
It is an unresolved issue.
Just to reiterate your last point a minute ago, just for anybody watching, we haven't killed the deal by delaying the CRA vote.
That's right.
Could you just be clear
Yes.
about that, and you guys are okay with us?
Yes.
Delaying the CRA vote?
That's correct. And actually appreciate the delay of the CRA vote, because I think it allows us all collectively to work through the aspects of this that I know that are important to Councilwoman Hurtek and others, the CRA board chair. We want a deal and ultimately an agreement that everybody feels is good and fair, and we're committed to doing that work. Thank you.
The light's still green. Whenever
So one more thing for the public. When we sit as the CRA, we're the same people, but we sit with different hats on, and it's important because although we still have the same constituency of all the people within the city, we particularly have to plan out how the money is used in each of these districts. And there are community redevelopment plans, there are separate laws that regard how the money can be used. That's why we have a separate attorney. And so we have to think about it with different filters. Also, the mayor is not involved in the CRA. And so it's governed in a completely different way. And so we might make decisions one way with one hat on, a different way with a different hat. That's because of all the laws and rules and everything around and the constituents around it.
Thank you. So I just want to remind our board that we have already voted to continue item 1 and 2 to June 11th. We've done our first round of 5 minutes, our second round of 3 minutes. So we will do our final comments. I'll give you 4 minutes for the final comments, and then we'll adjourn meeting. So we'll start with Board Member Hurtak.
Actually, I have a question for Mr. O'Hara. Oh, yeah. If you can wait till he gets up there, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So when we're looking at this CRA extension for 30 years, we're basically saying that all property taxes in that district that have been added can only be used in that district.
Yes.
So any gains that come from that district cannot be used anywhere else in the city.
Yes, once you establish that baseline, everything over and above that is within that, is restricted, as you said.
So that is going to be one of my concerns, and why I'd really love the Rays to create a separate CRA for their project. Because I believe Drew Park, the rest of Drew Park, will see, if they see benefits, I don't know that we want to contain that for 30 years. And this is why. We look at Channel District right now. We just spent $50 million, 35 on the Ybor Harbor project because we have so much money there that we can. We don't have enough. We spent $3.5 million to buy an eighth of an acre for a park they really want. And that was 3 years ago. So my point being, I don't want to trap the money for long periods of time. So I really want to continue that discussion. That will be very important to me, and see how maybe it continues for a little bit longer. But again, if we have Drew Park CRA 1 and Drew Park CRA 2, that's what we did with Ybor. So I don't know why. I would really like to explore that more and see if the rest of the Drew Park CRA, what the community's interest is. But I'm not comfortable continuing it for 30 more years. I'm concerned about that as far as the rest of the taxpayers go, because we're going to have more needs for all of the things in that area, and we're not going to be able to fund them because none of those property tax dollars will go back to any of our regular service.
Last comments, Board Member Carlson?
Yeah, just to reiterate that, if folks are always frustrated and say to us, why is it that if our property taxes are going out, the city can't afford to hire more police officers or pay for fire stations or pay to have our roads repaired and other things? Well, if the money is in a CRA district, then it's in essence trapped there. And if there's slum and blight and we're trying to eliminate poverty and find affordable housing, then it's justified. In a place like downtown, there is no slum and blight, although some people make an argument that there's a little bit of it. There really isn't. And the rest of the city is frustrated because they subsidize that. South Tampa is subsidizing downtown to have really nice sidewalks when we don't have sidewalks and we have broken streets throughout South Tampa, and the rest of the city is subsidizing it as well. And so extending these for another 30 years when there might be a lot of development is a problem in the long run. If you draw a line around a particular project and you're funding that project, that's one thing. But we need to think carefully about how we would do this. My suggestion is that the rest of Drew Park not be involved in this, and we could set up what I call a virtual CRA, where we say for the next 10 years, we're going to create a formula where we count the money that's coming in from the rest of Drew Park and commit to spending the money there, just like we should with Sulphur Springs. That way we're not committed to 30 years, we're not committed to the legal bureaucracy of a CRA, but we can commit to spending money that is developed in a certain area, and we can commit to supporting a certain area in that. Right now there's not that much that's coming from the rest of Drew Park, And it's really not fair that they would, that if we're gonna take what little they develop that we need to reinvest in that community, that we take that and put it in this. The new money that is really gonna be significant money is gonna come from this project. And so if we're gonna limit it, we should limit it in that way by either creating an additional CRA or creating a separate TIF or something. My suggestion also, though, going back to the very first conversation I had on this, is that if we do that, I think we ought to let the county run it. In the interlocal agreement, we can specify that the county commission would be in charge of it instead of city council, and then let the county decide how that would be run within that project. City council doesn't need to be involved.
All righty. No? Okay. Board Member Miranda,
Yeah,
this is
I just
last
wanna-
comment,
I just
and then
wanna
we're
clear
gonna
my,
we're gonna adjourn.
So the CRA now in Drew Park gives about what, about $3 million a year?
Good afternoon, Cedric McCray, Tampa CRA Director. I believe the TIF allocation for FY26 was $3.8 million.
3.8?
Yes, sir.
So we're looking at a small amount compared to others, am I correct?
That is correct.
So however, now that, and is that the one we're bonding now also?
No.
Presently for the raise? We were not?
Not yet.
Not yet, but that's on the books, right? So then let me understand this. We're putting that burden on the little CRA that raised $3 million a year. At 10 years is 30 million, but the raise, if I remember, and I'm not trying to dig the old grave or something, they want to front load it and they want us to pay the interest on the bonds that we sell. Is that correct? No?
They're paying the interest.
Okay, you're paying the interest. So that, thank you very much. I appreciate that. So that clears that part. But, so now that CRA has an interest to grow, but now you want to carve out the interest that's growing, and they've been maintaining themselves, so what benefit do they have? None. That's all, thank you.
All right, so I will just end with, it's obvious that there's a lot of conversation that still needs to be had regarding the CRA. I think, allowing our board members to speak, so you all have a little bit more when you go back to the table and to the drawing board to figure out, how and if, this is possible. So we've, just for the public, we already made the motion to continue this item to June 11th, or our CRA meeting. So do we have any new business by CRA? Y'all know, y'all did appoint me as chair. Let me do my job. Board Member Hurtak.
Yes, I'm going to request now that everyone look at the June 11th agenda and see if there's anything you can move off of it. Because this is the only chance for us to do that, as sitting as the CRA.
I have one item, which I had continued. At this point, I think I'll just have that, I'm going to continue to have a conversation with staff. I'll remove that item from the agenda, and if I need to place it.
Can you read it for the staff?
Yeah, the item was continued CRA staff to discuss not having funding limits on special requests, special projects, and funding requests, further discuss how to present the board for evaluation on a cycle. It's an important conversation, but I'll have sidebar conversations with staff offline and then bring it back at a future date.
Okay.
Oh, got to put your mic on.
Board Member Vieira.
Yes.
Can you call that? He made a motion and I seconded it.
Oh, okay. We have a motion by Board Member Clendenin, second by Board Member Hurtak. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Board Member Vieira.
Yes, ma'am. I have a motion on CRA staff with Curtis Hickson Park. I'd be glad to move that to July.
We have a motion by Board Member Vieira to move his item, second by Board Member Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Board Member Hurtak?
I'm concerned about moving the housing discussion because that was a money discussion so that we could talk about it in July for the budget. So I'm going to leave mine on.
That's fine.
I have one.
Board Member Carlson?
Yeah, we have a monthly update on Tampa Union Station. I would just make a motion to remove it from the June meeting.
So we have a motion by Board Member Carlson, second Board Member Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Any other new business? All right. Have a motion to receive and file by Board Member Maniscalco, a second from Vice Chair Vieira. All in favor?
Aye.
Board
Were we
Member
supposed to take
Ferguson.
public comment on CRA meeting or?
No, we did that earlier.
Just
When we did
combined
the-
CRA?
Yeah, when we did the, combined, public comment. Director McCray.
Yes, good afternoon again. I did hear the housing item that came up. We also, if you recall, we had the workshop in March. We are also scheduled to come back on the 11th to discuss the commercial grants updates in the funding cycle. So I just wanted to highlight that that is also on the agenda for June 11th.
Should be fun.
Okay, so we have a motion our motion to receive and file by Board Member Maniscalco, the second from Vice Chair Vieira. All in favor?
Aye.
All righty, and this Community Redevelopment Agency meeting is adjourned, and I will pass the gavel back to our Chair, Clendenin.
Okay. I call this Tampa City Council meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Good job.
Miranda.
I know.
Maniscalco.
Get it good.
Hurtak. Young.
Y'all, come to order, please. Take your conversations outside.
Vieira.
Here.
Carlson. Clendenin.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Remember, we are still meeting as Tampa City Council.
And Mr. Chair, may I really fast on a procedural issue?
Councilman Vera.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. It's my brother's birthday was yesterday. We're celebrating it this evening. I already told my mom I was going to be a little bit late, but I probably want to leave around like at 6, just to let y'all know.
Okay. So I would suggest minimizing your comments.
Yes, sir. Yep.
Okay, can I get a motion to open the 10:30 public hearings? We have a motion to open up 10:30 public hearings. Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Vera. All those in favor say aye. 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 Opposed? Ayes have it. Item number 53.
Good evening, Eric Cotton, Development Coordination. This is a continuation of the second portion of the July 2025
Hold on,
cycle.
Eric.
Okay.
Hey, Ken, everybody else is talking in the audience. Please remove yourself from council chambers. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
So if you recall from the usual, we have 2 cycles a year. This is the July 2025 cycle. A large chunk of this cycle was interrupted by Senate Bill 180. These are some of the stuff that's still, this is the second half was still existing. May 21st, next, in 2 weeks on June 4th, we're gonna bring what we presented last Thursday night and what we're presenting tonight back together for the adoption hearing of the changes in the code. So this is for Article 2, Division 8, the subdivision regulations. This is a comprehensive update of what's in the code now. This is precipitated by 2 laws passed by the Florida statute that preempted some of our regulations. One was done in 2024, the other one was done in 2025. Now it's 2026 and we're here in front of y'all. Plats, as you know, are now approved administratively. They don't go to city council. That was one of the changes at this point. The administrator for economic and development and economic opportunity signs off on the plats once they go through the process. Council still approves the subdivider agreement. We established timeframes for processing applications. Plat reviews are active for 12 months. We have a zoning covenant that's been around since the 1980s. We're codifying that. It's just we've been doing it by practice, and we're also going to be updating the subdivision handbook, which is the technical standards of the code. Just some highlights of the changes. Florida statute now gives the city 7 days to either, when somebody submits an application, to either approve or deny for completeness. If we don't, what we're doing internally is we're starting that 7 days. So I apply for a subdivision. I get my 7 days. I say to the city says back to me, your application is incomplete. by statute, we could just reject that application. We would then say to the applicant, please correct it and we'll start your 7 days again. So we don't keep putting people in and out of the process because that sort of burdensome on the applicant themselves. For a preliminary plat, the PPT, from the approval of that to the submittal of the construction drawings, the infrastructure drawings that go along with the plat, we're asking for a 6-month timeframe. The infrastructure construction drawings are good for 2 years once they're approved. And then from the final date of a FPT, which is the final plat, we're requesting a 1 year. 1 year to get it done. There is an extension available if need be. And that's the ERCOT version of the changes as quickly as I can possibly get, given the late hour. Does council have any questions on what we just presented?
Brevity is appreciated. Council have any questions?
Who wants to read this?
Hearing no, we got a substitute, yeah. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak to this item? Councilman Maniscalco, did you say you're ready to read the substitute?
The substitute, not the first one, but I saw that and I would have still done it.
Motion to close.
Motion to close the public hearing?
We have a motion to close Councilwoman Hurtak, second from Councilman Vieira. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, ayes have it. Councilman Maniscalco.
I have a substitute ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. Ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida relating to the publicly initiated text amendments to consider comprehensive amendments to the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances amending 27-6, Section 27-6, Establishment of Land Development Code amending Chapter 27, Zoning and Land Development, Article 2, Administrative and General Procedures, Division 8, Subdivision Procedures, providing for severability, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict therewith, providing an effective date.
I have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, a second from Councilman Vieira. I want to thank Dana Crosby Collier for the substitute amendment, or title, please. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, the ayes have it. Thank you so much. The next is, can I get a motion to open the 1:30 public
moved.
hearings? I have a motion to open the 1:30 public hearing from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, the ayes have it. If you are here to speak to the 1:30 public hearing, it is a quasi judicial procedure. Please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by our clerk. Okay. Oh, you need to read the first, okay. Let's, we're going to read the announcement of the second reading and adoption from the clerk. Go ahead.
Is what number and what case number, please?
Item 53, file number E2026-8, chapter 27. Second reading and adoption will be held on June 18th, 2026 at 10 a.m. Old City Hall, 3rd floor, 315 East Canadian Boulevard, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you.
Thank you, Q. Good catch.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, now we're ready. Item number 55.
Good afternoon. Kamaria Pettis-Mackel from the Legal Department. Item number 55 is a review hearing for the property located at 704 North Glen Avenue. It's an SU1 application, special use application. I apologize. It's SU1 2518. The petitioner is Jeffrey Sardisco. He requested city staff to review the project for a dwelling single-family attached development. Staff denied the application, the request, on February 25th of 2026 on the basis that it does not meet the criteria that's outlined in Code Section 27-132. And city staff will provide more information about the denial of the application. City Council should have in your packets Code Section 27-61, which governs the review hearing process regarding this matter. Also, I provided sample motions and the rules of procedure for City Council to use in order to conduct this review hearing. As stated in Code Section 27-61, subsection J3, the standard of review for this matter is a de novo review, which means that City Council can accept new information and evidence regarding this matter. After you hear all the evidence and hear from the witnesses regarding this matter, City Council can take two actions. City Council can affirm the decision. City Council can affirm the decision of the zoning administrator and deny the application for the single-family dwelling attached unit, or city council can overturn the decision of the zoning administrator, which would then approve the special use the application request by the petitioner. I'm available if you have any questions, but you have the packets, and I will now turn it over to city staff to provide you further information regarding the project.
Does council have questions on procedure? Hearing none, go ahead.
Can we put the projector screen on, please?
It'll come up.
Okay. Application,
Start with your name,
Laura
please.
Marley, Development and Growth Management, file number SU12618. The petitioner is 704 Glen LLC, Jeffrey Serdaxko. The address is 704 North Glen Avenue. The zoning is R01. The future land use is R20. Special use request is single-family attached dwelling units. Here's the aerial of the property. The area is in red. The code requirements, it shall have direct access to an arterial collector street. Both North Glen and Lemon are both local roads, and the site complies with the criteria of RM24. Single family attached, not less than 3 or more than 8 dwellings. The road classification, North Glen is local, West Lemon is local. Here's the subject property. It is next to Hamilton Engineering, Bright House Networks, Listo 365 Advertising, and next to Sons of Italy Lodge. Here's the site plan. Here's 2 units, and this one has 3 units. It's accessing Glen and Lemon Street. And any questions?
Council have any questions? Councilman Maniscalco.
Can you please put the map up of, how far is it from like the Sons of Italy and Bright House and everything?
Here's the subject property. This is Glen. Down here is Lemon. So right across the street of Glen
Okay.
is Sons of Italy.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, very good. Applicant?
Hello, I'm Jeff Sardisco. There's the proposed site plan. So as you can see, you have 2 units on Glen. You have Cypress directly to the north. You have 3 units facing Lemon with Himes directly to the west. Just 5 units, pretty straightforward. Any questions?
Does council have any
Concerns?
questions?
Is it an empty lot right now?
Yeah, well, there was a single family home on it.
But it's vacant
A
now?
tiny one, yes.
Okay.
Yep. And I'm surrounded by commercial. Just change it from residential office to RM24, local road.
Any other questions? Councilman
I just
Brandon?
want to, is that the one on Lincoln, about a block and a half in from Cypress?
It's, yeah, well, it's about a block south of Cypress.
Yeah.
It's directly across the street, it's directly to the west of the Sons of
Italy.
That's the one that's been there for a long time, that was vacant for some period of time.
It was that house,
Some guy
little-
built a house, I went in it once, just to look at it when they were building, I said, what in the world is this?
Yeah, no, it was a tiny little 500 square foot house.
I
It's
got
been
the wrong
vacant
house then.
for 40 years. But I have the Spectrum building to the north, I have the engineering, so I'm just surrounded by commercial.
Okay. Any other questions? Is anybody in the public that wishes to speak to this item?
Motion closed.
A motion to close for Councilwoman Hurtak, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Councilwoman Hurtak.
I move to overturn the zoning administrator's denial of SU 126-18 for the property located at 704 North Glen Avenue because the petitioner provided competent and substantial evidence to waive the specific criteria to have direct access to an arterial or collector street for dwelling single-family attached as set forth in City of Tampa Code Section 27-132 for the following reasons. Because it's surrounded by commercial and it's providing 5 more houses.
I have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. 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 Opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Now, as per council decision, we are going to move to item number 65.
Excuse me, Chair, could you move item 57, which is a street naming for Alessi?
It's a street sign moving. We already approved the name.
It had to be amended.
Right, okay. And that's all that's keeping you here?
That's the only thing I'm here for now.
Is there any objection to this taking up item 57?
1 minute, because
Okay.
I want to be respectful of our
Okay.
fire chief's time.
So, okay, I'll make a chair decision. We're gonna hear item number 57. Staff, you wanna hear? 30 seconds.
Mallory Lagasse, Real Estate Department. I'm here for the first reading to change location of the honorary street sign for Phil Alessi Sr. from the intersection of West Cypress Street and North Paddock Street to the intersection of West Cypress Street and North Gomez Street, or North Gomez Avenue in Tampa. I'm available if you have any questions.
Staff, any questions? Councilwoman Hurtak?
Is this because they moved?
Correct.
Okay, that's what we
very
figured.
good.
Great.
Okay, Councilman Maniscalco, you wanna read this?
We have to ask for the public.
Oh, is anybody in the public wish to speak to this item? Hearing none?
Move to close.
Motion to close from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Randall. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Councilman Maniscalco.
All right, I have an ordinance being presented for first reading, ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida, amending ordinance number 2023-156 to change the location of the honorary street sign for Phil Alessi Sr. from the intersection of West Cypress Street and North Paddock Street to the intersection of West Cypress Street and North Gomez Avenue in Tampa, Florida, providing effective date.
We have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Randall. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you. Congratulations. Go home.
Second reading and adoption will be held on June 18, 2026.
Thank you, council.
At 1:30 p.m. Old City Hall, 3rd floor, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you. Item number 65, please. Councilman Pierre.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So for this, we're gonna, what I suggest is we do 555, which is, I know we have Local 754 here, we have Chief Tripp here. Chief Tripp, if you'd like to go, ma'am, and present or speak, up to y'all, ma'am, which, oh, how about, since you're there, if you'd like to go, ma'am, we'd be delighted. Thank you. So let's do, just for the purposes of time, five, and obviously, ma'am, if you need more, please let us know.
Good
And I'll do
afternoon,
my-
Council.
okay.
Barbara Tripp, Fire Chief for Tampa Fire Rescue. So I am going to have a discussion based on the memo I received as far as relocating one of the apparatus from up in the New Tampa. So just for the individuals who was not here approximately 3 years ago, just give you a little update when we talk about response time. It's different areas of response time that you want to take in consideration. You have your dispatch time, you have your turnout time, you have your travel time, and then of course that will equal up to the response time. So, trying to make it quick. So recently, due to reviewing some of the data and of course all of the needs that's been going on, you know, downtown Tampa, South Tampa, North Tampa, everything that's been going on, me and my administration staff looked at some of the data to see what we can do because of course we come here to City Council, we're constantly hearing about, you know, helping downtown Tampa. So I have added some additional resources to Station 1 to help with the additional calls that was been taking place by Station 1. We've added another engine to that station. Of course, manpower permits. We put that unit in service as well as a transport unit rescue car, which have decreased the unit hour utilization for the staff. As I look for, we talk about the high rise that's here in the area. We do have another vehicle that's on order. When I say our aerial truck, that's currently in the pre-con phase to be given to Tampa Fire Rescue in like 36 to 48 months. That's how long it takes. So with that being said, the reason the vehicle was relocated, just to give you an idea of some of the you know, the information. So when you look at this sheet here, you talk about how many units, and this just goes to show some of the reason some of the decisions was made. So I just put downtown Tampa, and I just did engine 1. And like I say, engine 26 is another unit that we just started running calls to try to help decrease the amount of calls in engine 1. I did the same thing with rescue 1. Rescue 1 and engine 1 was the only 2 units that was downtown. I've added rescue 6, and as you can see, the volume is actually levelizing out. I go to truck 1 and look at the amount of calls they have. I also put the total runs for all of my trucks throughout the city of Tampa. Currently, I have 6 trucks throughout the city of Tampa, and you look at the call volume, look at the numbers of calls, and of course, 23 shows that's that's definitely been underutilized. So the best place to bring it is to bring it down here to assist with the high rise that's down here. And as we continue to grow and look at the data and stuff, you know, that unit to be put where it's needed. We talk about New Tampa, we talk about the response time. Probably about 3 years ago, I don't know how to zoom this out. Probably about 3 years ago, when we had this conversation about the response time in New Tampa, a couple of the areas that I did bring up was getting into K-Bar. K-Bar actually has 3 box numbers that we look at, 262, 63, 264. And those are the areas for K-Bar. Currently, we have Station 22, which is the first line unit that responds to K-Bar. I even brought up about trying to have a cut-through or asset road off of Morris Bridge that will be able to get into that subdivision quicker due to the travel time. And of course, a lot of that deals with development of how they do the streets and develop the roads and stuff. And so I don't know if the developers are thinking about as far as emergency response or public safety coming in. So I think the most quickest way to be able to kind of assist with the response time for K-Bar Ranch would be to have a quick, cut through. If you look at the bottom part of the charts, it talks about the travel time. So basically, this is the travel time. The first sheet that I showed you, it talked about dispatch time, turnout time, travel time. That would give you a response time. So if you look at the travel time, this is the travel time for those units that's up in District 5. Have additional information, and I'll just make it real quick. This is pretty much some additional data that I wanted to show. This is for fiscal year 23, and as you can see, as far as the call volume for that apparatus. This is for fiscal year 24. Of course, I highlighted as well. And this is for fiscal year 25. Well, actually, calendar year, my apologies. All of them are calendar years, not fiscal years. So just wanted to show you as far as that vehicle being underutilized. The vehicle was relocated on May 17th. And from May 17th, the previous call prior to that, just to give you an idea, just didn't want to put any addresses or anything in there. It shows that it's been 10 days since that vehicle has been used. So that was one of the purpose. So when you start looking at why this vehicle was utilized or relocated, it's basically be definitely utilized where it's need to be utilized. Now, once the new vehicle come in, we will review the data again and place it where it needs to go. Another place that I would like to put a vehicle, especially of this type, is down in South Tampa. South Tampa has grown up, and the closest truck or aerial truck that will respond to anything south of Gandy is off of Church and Neptune. So I do have additional data, but I'll go ahead since I know we're pushing for time to any questions you have. I have more information if you need it, but I just.
Council have any questions? I'll recognize Councilman Vera.
Yes, sir. So what I was going to do, if I may, is for the purposes of time, if Chief Tripp is done, then to recognize the union for no more than 5 minutes, then I have something to say, and I was going to make a motion on a workshop on this for the purposes of time. And this is a very important issue, as I'll talk about, but is that okay, Mr. Chairman?
Does the council have any questions of the chief? Yep. Hearing none, okay, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Madam Chief, thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you.
And just to let you know, as far as operational feasibility for that area, it has not been impacted at all with this move. When we talk about K-Bar, that vehicle do not run into K-Bar. That's not the first line. And I have more data that you can see that in 2024, that vehicle went to K-Bar area once. So, I'll show you this real quick. So if you look, this is the first time in 2024, and of course it went one time in that area. So by relocating that vehicle, don't have any operational changes.
Thank you, Madam Chief. Appreciate you, ma'am. And if I may, Mr. Chairman, recognize Local 754.
Desire?
IAFF going to speak as well?
Yes, sir. Yeah, that was part of the motion.
I just didn't know if they were going to speak because you said 5.
Not me. And you can do.
Upside down.
All right. Well, good evening, council. My name is Walter Hill. I am the Legislative Vice President of Tampa Firefighters Local 754. I want to start off today with this QR code. I want to make sure it's available for everybody. Chief Tripp, thank you for the data that was presented today. I think that maybe some of the workshop talk points could be analyzing that data. If you scan this, this is what was put together by our international. This is what we call our GIS study. Inside of this, all that data was derived from city-provided information, CAD data, and it was put through by people much smarter than me to decide where all these resources are needed. So our position today is essentially derived from this data. The study evaluates emergency response patterns, travel time, stations coverage, service demand across the city. Our concern is not based on politics or speculation. It's based on what was provided here in this, and this is kind of what led to today. Based on the data that we were provided from the city, these are our travel times across the last 4 or 5 years. This here breaks it down in times that are under 4 minutes, unable to be calculated in over 4 minutes. Obviously, we're shooting for a timeline of 4 minutes per NFPA 1710, and as you can see, we have quite a few that are, high percentage that are not meeting that standard. Chief Tripp did kind of go into the different parts of travel time from dispatch to time that you're on the road. 4 minutes is the standard. As you can see here, it goes from 8:23 all the way up to 8:50 based on our data. It's consistently gone up in time throughout the years. And, the city's growing, more calls, more traffic, more potholes. and so that affects our departments arriving on time. It's especially critical when it comes to, let me go back to right here. We're here to express these concerns, and let me be clear, this is not about saying that New Tampa needs more coverage or Ybor City needs more coverage, pulling one from the other. The entire city deserves the appropriate coverage. The entire city deserves to be responded to in an appropriate amount of time. Every incident inside of the city deserves reliable, timely, and properly staffed emergency response. Simply transferring a unit from one area that has a need to another area that has a need is not what we think is appropriate. And again, it's all derived by this. If you go through this website, it lays out everything from response times to population to learning about 1710 to learning about how many firefighters should be staffed. We've presented this a little bit before and kind of scraped the surface, but I would implore anybody in the city to dive into this to really see what our data has put together for the city residents to understand what detriments there are in the city and resources for fire. This is the response times based on the stations per our data that was derived from the city. NFPA 1710 exists because response times directly affect survival and fire outcomes. It's not enough for help to eventually arrive. What matters is whether the right units arrive quickly, with the staffing necessary to operate safely and effectively. This is critical when it comes to a truck company. Truck companies provide forcible entry, search and rescue, ventilation, ladder operations, and access to trapped victims. These are essential fireground functions, not optional ones. When you remove or relocate that capability from an area that's already experiencing some of the longest response times, you increase travel distance, delay the arrival of proper response force, and increase the risk to residents and firefighters. The better solution, in our opinion, is to add capacity where the need exists. Tampa has successfully used peak rescue units in the past to meet increased demands during high call volumes. That type of approach addresses system demand without weakening coverage in another part of the city. If Ybor City needs additional coverage, the city should add those resources. Relocating from New Tampa is not a sustainable public safety option. We're looking to evaluate supplemental staffing strategies, including a peak unit model, and instead of shifting those resources. Tampa's growing, and our fire department must grow with it. We should strengthen that system, not stretch it thinner. The residents of New Tampa deserve dependable coverage. The residents of Ybor deserve dependable coverage, and the firefighters of this city deserve staffing and equipment needs to do their job safely and effectively. Just to end, I'd implore everybody to go through this. It really shows you that 4 of the 5 top travel times are up in New Tampa. Moving units from that area, it's like we keep saying, you know, you can't expect us to get better in an area by removing a unit from that area. There has to be somebody available to run the calls. It's not about the truck company only running a certain number of calls. It's about those truck companies being available to run the calls when necessary. And that's kind of the fire service throughout.
Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Thank you very much. And as a courtesy, Chief, if I may, Mr. Chairman, did you want to take 1 minute for any response, ma'am, if I may? And how long would you need? I just say this as a courtesy, ma'am.
Well, first of all, Barbara Tripp, Fire Chief, I don't understand, even with this data that they have, there's no agency that do 4 minutes, okay? We're accredited, we've been accredited for over the last 20 years, okay? So the whole conversation was about moving that vehicle. When you talk about response time, we know it's a problem up there, response time. I came to council and presented stuff to council, but it's kind of disappointing to have, like the union runs the fire department, when are we going to look at what's needed and understand what this administration has put into service? You know, we talked about 13. You came, hey, it's a problem, we did it. And it's not so much that vehicle don't even run in that area, and like I said, it's no operational impact on the coverage that we're giving that community. Trust me, this administration will not put no citizen in harm. That is our goal, to continue to protect our community and service as well as property. So when you talk about that, moving the vehicle, we know it's a response time. If you all want to donate, well, I don't want to use the word donate, but approve some additional funding, you know, to put a vehicle in K-Bar, because K-Bar has been a problem, you know, and I tried to put another rescue car there, so however you want to do it. But if you got questions, I'm fine.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. And so thank you for that, Chief Tripp. Thank you for that, Walter. So it's funny, Chief Tripp, that you mentioned that about additional funding. That's going to be my larger point, which is enough funding to empower you, because the issue shouldn't be Channel Side versus New Tampa. The issue should be a larger discussion of why are you having to make those decisions? That's kind of the way that I see it. So, you know, I brought this up, guys, because I was alerted about this from my constituents. Again, this is nothing against Channel Side whatsoever. This is a larger issue, which is giving the Tampa Fire Department the resources that we need so we can go through all of the city and provide the best service, something that both sides obviously want 110%. There are certain objective facts that drive me here, which is, number one, that a majority of the stations within the top 5, the longest response times, are from New Tampa. That's a big challenge. That's clear, that's dispositive, et cetera. This is not something that's new. I don't want us to get to the point where we accept that as saying, well, they're going to be longer, but there's fewer calls. I understand that there's fewer calls, but my constituents in 33647 want to make sure that response times are things that are dealt with, and I'm going to talk about things that we can do for that in a workshop. There is the issue of the cut-through. I have here a memo from August of 2025 from Tampa Fire Rescue indicating that the completion could take about 2 years. From August of 2025, and so I'll motion something on that if I may. That is something that could help out a lot, and I don't know where we're at on the cut through. You know, we last got updated about 9 months on it. That is something, and I don't care if it's a cut through a new station or 12 Hail Marys. I just want something to take care of that issue. Obviously, the bigger issue is us as a city of Tampa. We just had a hearing on having our third professional sports team, and we're having our fire department having to move an apparatus or a vehicle from a place where we have known response time challenges and putting it in somewhere where this council has said for a long time, we probably should have had a separate fire station there for a long time. What does that say, right, about the amount of money that we dedicate? So when you say, Chief Tripp, that you want to have a dialogue on money given to Tampa Fire Department, I want to have that too. I think that's a wonderful thing to do. It goes without saying. You know, I have other things to say on this. I mean, you mentioned, I take a look at it from a District 7 perspective, which is we've had a lot of the fire challenges here over the last few years. We had Station 13. You get in there, Chief Tripp, it's a home run, a Lou Gehrig grand slam, right? We get Station 25. That's a great win. Station 24, it's forthcoming, but Station 13, one of 23 stations, took up 1 out of 7 calls. That's a District 7 issue. Station 24, obviously, a while coming. It's going to be coming, and that's a wonderful thing. K-Bar Ranch, that years ago, it was set to have its own station there. Decisions were made to make 24 a North Tampa as opposed to New Tampa Station, fine. But when you look at those response times, you ask, there was a need there, so what happened? So what I'm going to do, if I may, and then there was an email that I got from the mayor's office, the constituent had, indicating that there were negotiations with the crisis center to provide additional medical coverage in the area, negotiations. And I think this was recently sent. It indicated that this truck was largely used for high-rise fires. Of course, it's used for a number of things. So what I want to do to keep this discussion moving, if I may, Council, is on June 25th, I had a workshop that day on disability housing. I will remove that, right, and put it in a different time to have a workshop specifically, Chief Tripp, on what you're talking about, which is more funding for Tampa Fire Rescue so that you don't have to make these kinds of decisions, right, to look at one area. Because, by the way, I'm a lawyer, I'm an elected official, I'm not a fire professional, right? So I'm not going to be one to say, this area needs it. I think all areas need it, and so we have to have that. So my motion, if I may, is a workshop on 33647 response times in light of the moving of the apparatus, including on a plan of action with response times, including an update on the status with the developer on that cut through for January 25th. Again, or strike that, June 25th. This is not requesting, right, taking away that vehicle from Channel Side of Ybor City. I'm not going to do that because that's a discretionary choice you're making. I think the larger point is why are we having to make those decisions? And that's what I want to talk about in this. So that's my motion.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Council,
About that motion.
we have a motion from Councilman Vera, a second from Councilman Maniscalco, Councilwoman Hurtak.
How many apparatus can you buy for $20 million?
My aerial trucks are 2.6 and my engines are 1.2 roughly. So you figure if I get 10, I will have to mix them up. So like I say, you're probably going to get 5 trucks and a couple of engines.
So 5 trucks and a couple engines for $20 million. Just want to say that we had a long conversation today about spending $20 million not on fire trucks. That's all I got to say.
Fire truck has to have people,
And one of the
too.
things too, we have to, I try to make
have staff.
good use of taxpayers' dollars, you know, and when we come to talking about, it's not so much fire stations, it's where the heat is. So wherever the heat is where we need to put those vehicles. We can put fire stations on every corner, but if it's not needed, if it's not being utilized, you know, what are we doing for the taxpayers?
Okay, I have a motion, I have a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye, opposed, ayes have
And
it.
thank you all for your patience.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. We are moving on to our last order of business, if I have that correct, if the clerk would check to make sure I haven't forgotten anything today, with everything being moved around. Item number 56, staff, and the first speaker is going to be, I'm going to recognize Morris Lopez. So after the staff presents, and I'm going to hand, because my staff wants to speak to me about something, so I'm going to hand this to you. Go ahead.
Okay. Mallory Lagasse, Real Estate Department. I'm here for the first reading for the honorary street naming in honor of the late Officer Morris Lopez. It is for the placement of an honorary street naming sign at the southeast corner of East 9th Avenue at North 18th Street in Tampa. I made a presentation to council on March 26th We posted this available for public comment March 27th through April 13th, and we did not receive any comments, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Okay. Councilman Vieira, do you want to start this out?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So this is something I started working on this with Assistant Chief Lopez, who's here, probably like, I don't know, when the Paul Guzzo article came out like 2 years ago, and we went through different things that we were looking at doing, at paying tribute to this great Tampa hero, and we ultimately resolved it to be an honorary street renaming. So it's an amazing story in 7th and 16th in Ybor City. Some assassins really were murdered. Morris Lopez, the Tampa police officer, and in his last heroic act, he got out of the way a paper boy and saved his life. And I know in Morris, your grandfather wanted to eventually become an attorney, become a judge, I remember reading. And then the paperboy's son would serve with you on Hillsborough County Fire. You, of course, would be his grandson and serve in Hillsborough County Fire Rescue as an assistant chief. I recently met your son, Nicholas, who's a wonderful young man who's very cognizant of that legacy. So if I may, Madam Chair, to let Chief Lopez speak.
Absolutely. Welcome.
Good evening, actually. Chair, which isn't here, and council. My name is Morris Lopez. On behalf of my family, I just want to simply say thank you for your consideration. And thinking about it, my grandfather served not only as a city Tampa's police officer, but also a Navy veteran. So with Memorial Day approaching, this recognition is special. It's a reminder of how important it is that the city continues to honor, very important that the city continues to honor those who served and sacrificed, and help build the culture of public service in Tampa. I think that's very important. And, I would love to thank Mayor Jane Castor. She's always been a proponent of remembering our fallen folks, and also Louis Vera for his championship, and everyone for their consideration. This means a lot to my family, and I just want you to personally know that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Maniscalco.
I think this is the least we can do for your grandfather's sacrifice. And like I mentioned earlier when this was first presented, people that may not have known your grandfather's name will see it on a street sign. And like I would do, I'd go, who is this? And I Google the person, I look them up. And if you look up your grandfather, there is a page for fallen officers. And then at the police memorial most recently, every year, your grandfather's name is spoken. So your grandfather is alive, in many ways. And this is the smallest token of appreciation that we can do for him. And if he makes the motion, I'm happy to second it. So.
Thank you.
He, me, and you, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yes, I would.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I did want to state that it is noteworthy that you and I met Morris for the first time at Jesse Madsen's funeral at Idlewild Baptist. I remember you came up to me, and I didn't know the story about your grandfather. And every time you talk about him, Morris, like a proper Latin, you tear up. You tear up, my friend. And
There's been a lot of things that have happened faithfully since that day.
Yeah, sure. There you go. But thank you for that. So and thank you for that, Morris. And if anybody else.
No, go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's my pleasure to read an ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida, approving the placement of an honorary street naming sign at the southeast corner of East 9th and Avenue at North 18th Street in Tampa, Florida, to honor Officer Morris Lopez, providing an effective date.
We have a motion and we have a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it.
Second reading and adoption will be held on June 18, 2026 at 10 a.m. Old City Hall, 3rd floor, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Okay, that was the end of our regularly scheduled program. New business, Councilman Carlson. Councilman Vieira. Okay, thank you. Councilman Young. Councilwoman Young. Councilwoman Hurtak. I say that
Yes.
all the time too.
We moved something to next week's workshop, the large format sign, so I'm moving something from that workshop to make room for it. So I moved to continue the following staff report scheduled for May 28th, 2026 to our next available workshop, which is not until September 24th, 2026. Council to discuss the creation of a bike pedestrian advisory committee and multimodal and pedestrian safety on roads, parks, and trails.
I have a motion for Councilwoman Hurtak, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Councilman Maniscalco.
Thank you very much. Today is I used to say stepdaughter, but I'll say my daughter's birthday. She's 14 years old, and I'm glad that we're out at a reasonable time so I can get some cake and bring it home. So Whitney, who is the perfect child because her mother is also perfect, so happy birthday to her. And also to Lisa Edwards, my legislative aide. She has a birthday tomorrow, and she has a day off. So she can enjoy it and do whatever she wants, but she is the best aide. She's very much appreciated, and I say 90% of the success in my office is Lisa and 10% hopefully me. But happy birthday to Lisa.
As opposed to the critters that live under your desk.
Good percentage.
Councilman Miranda? Okay. Any thought about having discussion at the workshop from the city council side, our next meeting next week, about the raise stuff, just like the 5-minute stuff that we had this time concerning the city's part of it? And the only reason I said that was because of Councilman Carlson's comments about not wanting to vote for next time. Like, basically what I would ask for was a question, having an agenda item, how could you get to yes on that? Councilman Miranda, how would you get to yes?
Yes.
But
I mean, my thing is the CIT, and I'll explain why, because I'm sure people are gonna ask, well, why did
can we
you
just save this for next week?
Well,
Yeah,
that's the
but-
question.
Okay, so I'll make a motion for the what?
Okay, so Chair, I recognize the chair to make a motion.
Make a motion that on the next week's agenda that we set aside a discussion for how do we get to yes from the city council perspective on the raised MOU.
Do we have a second? Okay, so can I know I'm the chair, but I would like to make a substitute motion. I think getting to yes is kind of a little much, but ways to move forward
Okay.
would be what I would prefer to call it.
Ways to move forward.
How about ways to improve the process or something like that?
Well, the process is kind of tricky because I've talked to both city attorney, Mr. Shepherd. So the other thing I wanted to consider, and we could talk about it then, is the fact that we as a CRA may need to hire someone to act as our counsel or to act as our intermediate and go-between, because all 7 of us can't be there. And Cliff is great, Mr. Shepherd's great, but he's only the legal aspect. We need a financial expert. And I don't know if Ms. Kopesky has the time for that. That's a lot. So it's, yeah, I know. So I believe me, I've already had this conversation with her. So I'm happy. I think that that's part of it, but I want to have that conversation too.
And I'll push back a little bit because I first when you said I thought that's fine, but then I kept thinking, because I kept hearing that from council members today during the discussion, they could have come to us to try to figure out how do we get to yes. Why didn't they come to us how to get to yes? So it seems like that seems to be everybody's, okay, for lack of my inappropriateness, their butt hurt, is how to resolve that issue of like come to us and talk to us individually. Well, we can come to them with our moments.
Mr. Chairman, that is for what date are you setting it?
Next week. What is the meeting?
First of all, it's a 1-week motion, which is very difficult. Number 2, I just want to bring.
It's just setting aside time for discussion.
Yeah, so it could be under old business.
But I just, forgive me for saying this, but what happens is there are a lot of people who are interested parties who won't even know that this thing is being set.
That's right.
Well, we could have that discussion
and-
now,
and
Mr.
what?
Shelby, that's not relevant to this, because we could have that discussion now under new business. If I wanted to say, let's talk about it now, I mean, we could, it's not gonna be an ordinance, it's just discussion, so that, because just what we had at the CRA today.
Are you saying that you're not going to take any action?
No, it's just us giving them input. Just us giving them input, because what did we hear all day today?
Are they going to be here, or they'll just watch it on TV?
They can watch, I don't care if they can be here if they want to, or they can watch it on TV, don't matter to me.
Okay, so I have a motion from Chair Clendenin, and I have a second from Councilman Maniscalco.
What happened to the substitute?
He denied my substitute to change the wording.
I would like.
Okay, so yes, Chairman, I'm sorry, Councilman Carlson.
My concern is, I agree with Councilmember Hurtak that it should have a different title, because it should be able to be a discussion among us to be able to, with the public watching, of us talking about what our concerns are and how to alleviate them. But what we don't need is 200 people showing up to talk about how much they love the Rays again. And so if you say how to get to yes, 200 people are going to show up.
How about council input on negotiations between the trilateral agreement?
I'll second that.
Okay.
Was it actually quadrilateral?
It's quadrilateral. It's
Quadrilateral agreement.
Quadrilateral.
Okay, is that, okay.
Okay.
Yes, oh no, put your,
I really believe what you said is factual, that there's a lot of individuals that do this. They know numbers much better than we do. They look into the future, what it is, and they only look at not only what's there now, if they weren't there, what would replace them there. Don't forget, they got everything for free up to now. Everything was given to them, including the land. So, I mean, there had to be a plan way back before we even knew this. Before this even was presented to us, they had this, they had to have it. If not, they couldn't be this far in advance. So, it is what it is. That's political, A1, A2.
okay, so I have a motion from Chair Clendenin, a second from, a substitute motion from Chair Clendenin, a second from Councilmember Maniscalco. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Okay.
Did you still have something? Okay.
Move to receive and file.
I have a motion to receive and file for Councilman Maniscalco, second for Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. 5:48 PM. We are adjourned.